Okay, colleagues, please take your seats. We are about to start. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Secretary General. Good morning, Mr. Your Excellency. Good morning, dear speakers, dear guests, both online and offline, who are joining us today for our 15th European-Ukrainian Energy Day. And before we start this very insightful, a little bit long, but hopefully very productive day, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that tradition that we have now in Ukraine of taking a moment of silence every day at 9 a.m. to remember all of the victims of Russian invasion of Ukraine. Thank you. And with a great honor, I would like to welcome on the stage for the opening remarks the Secretary General of the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber, Karl-Heinz Koff. Please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome from my side here in the House of the Austrian Economy. Excellency Ambassador Kimenetz, dear Deputy Minister, welcome here in our House. Chairman of the EUEA Board, Vasyl, and dear speakers, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and pleasure having you here again and to host today's European-Ukrainian Energy Day 24. I'm glad that so many representatives from Ukraine, from international organizations, companies have gathered here today. Many of you have traveled a considerable distance, thanks for that. It's the third time now the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber is hosting this event in Vienna. And I would like to thank the European-Ukrainian Energy Agency for this great collaboration. Of course, we all would prefer to hold this event in Kiev, as it had been done so many times before. But we know what happened in the meantime. However, under these challenging circumstances, you are very welcome here, as I said, in the House of the Austrian Economy. Ukraine's government has set ambitious goals for its energy transition, and renewable energy is expected to play a central role. And that's a fact that's also very interesting for Austria. Wind, solar, biomass and hydropower have immense untapped potential in the Ukraine, but as well in Austria. And as Ukraine takes steps toward reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and shifting to cleaner energy sources, this transformation presents opportunities for international collaboration, and Austrian businesses, as you know, are well positioned to be players in this transition. Austria has long been a pioneer in renewable energy technologies. Our country's firms are recognized worldwide for their expertise in hydropower, solar energy, wind power, and biomass. And from technological innovation to project management, Austrian companies have established themselves as global leaders in this field with a solid reputation for delivering reliable, sustainable energy solutions. Hydropower in particular has been a cornerstone of Austria's renewable energy sector, contributing more than half of our national electricity generation. As I just heard yesterday, all the renewables together are producing now more than 80% of our electricity in Austria. Austrian firms are applying this knowledge in global projects, including those in Ukraine. Our companies are also at the forefront in biomass and solar energy, as I already mentioned, and there they bring cutting-edge technologies to the table. Their know-how can greatly benefit the renewable energy push in Ukraine. The substantial interest of Austrian companies in this forum confirms once more that they trust in Ukraine, also in challenging circumstances, and it reflects their commitment to participate in reconstruction despite the ongoing war. In these critical times, Austrian companies stand ready to contribute to the rebuilding of Ukraine's energy infrastructure. Austria's clean energy expertise aligns perfectly with Ukraine's needs as it moves toward a sustainable, low-carbon future. From providing technology and infrastructure to offering advisory services, Austrian business can play a central role in realizing Ukraine's renewable energy goals. And the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber is fully committed to support our companies in these efforts. The Chamber works hard to ensure that Austrian firms can easily collaborate with Ukrainian partners, bringing together expertise and resources for mutual benefit. We are ready to provide logistical support, help with market entry strategies, and facilitate partnerships that will drive the expansion of renewable energy projects in Ukraine. This collaboration between Austrian businesses and Ukraine is not only a matter of energy production, it's about economic resilience and growth. Renewable energy investments can generate local jobs, stimulate economic activity, and strengthen ties between our nations. By focusing on green energy, we are not only addressing the climate crisis, but also creating a foundation for long-term sustainable economic development. In closing, let me reiterate the strength of Austrian businesses in the renewable energy sector. They have the expertise, technology, and commitment necessary to drive meaningful change, not only in Austria and the EU, but also in Ukraine. The path to a sustainable energy future requires innovation, collaboration, investment, all of which Austrian firms are eager to contribute. Ukrainian energy infrastructure needs to be built back fast and better than before. How can we achieve that balance between these poles? This will be the main point of discussion at this year's European-Ukrainian Energy Day. Rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, we stand united in our commitment to making this energy transition a reality. By working together, we can ensure a brighter, cleaner, and more secure energy future for both Austria and Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kov. And now I want to welcome Mr. Vasyl, Ambassador to Austria. from Ukraine.
Sehr geehrter Herr Generalsekretär Dr. Kopf, dear Mr. Chairman Lunden, Шановний пане перший заступник, пане Василю Shkurakov, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to welcome you at the European-Ukrainian Energy Day. For the third time in Vienna, this event brings together people from different fields and countries, all united by one goal: to help rebuild and to make Ukraine stronger. I am honored to greet each and every one of you and to thank those who have been helping Ukraine and Ukrainians so far. Ukraine deeply values the support of its partners. Using this opportunity as ambassador of Ukraine to Austria, I want to thank Austria for its bilateral and for its support on our way to EU membership. Special thanks to the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber. Dear Mr. Secretary General, we appreciate your personal commitment. This support is a shared investment in our future. The Russian aggression has been causing great harm of our country. At the same time, the impact of this aggression goes far beyond Ukraine. A clear example: many European countries, including Austria, have suffered the economic losses caused by Russia's systematic energy blackmail. Russia is disregarding the norms of international law and using blackmail in every way it can. These include a threat to global food security, which may cause global migration changes. It is blackmail by seizing the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, in Zaporizhzhia, and deliberate disruption of its operation. This is blackmail with the use of nuclear weapons. The democratic world must stop this and restore the force of international law. And today, the most effective way is to help Ukraine to resist and win this war. Ukraine urgently needs support right now. We must focus on building our strengths and making the best use of our resources. Energy is one of the main pillars of our resilience capability. We are aware of the concerns of our partners that recovery should take place after the war is over. But this is fundamentally wrong argument, and I will explain why. Tens of millions of people currently cannot wait in Ukraine. Strong energy, social infrastructure, housing, they need them now. It's very important that children, the next generation, can live and grow up in Ukraine. It is crucially necessary both for people in Ukraine and as an encouragement for Ukrainians to return from abroad. The demand for reconstruction is the highest right now. Speaking about ending the war, we have a clear plan. It's recently presented by the President of Ukraine, and it includes specific steps that, if implemented and supported by our partners, will allow us to end the war in 2025. In order for this to become a reality, we must not wait, but act. Russia is not waiting, so we can't as well. We must work even harder to make Ukraine more modern, tech-driven, economically strong, energy efficient, and independent. The Ukrainian government is doing everything it can to support reconstruction, even as we face the challenges of martial law. Despite martial law, the President Zelensky, the government, the parliament, and society are working on reforms to bring forward Ukraine's membership in the European Union. So I have two messages for you, dear ladies and gentlemen. Speaking about the name of the event today, we do not have the privilege to choose between better or faster. We must do both, build back better and faster. Time is crucial. First, Ukraine is full of opportunities. The extent of Russia's destruction opens up the possibility of rebuilding in almost any sector. Ukraine is one of the most innovation-oriented countries in the world. As example, we prove this in the field of digitalization, in the military field. The same should be applied to other areas: energy, healthcare, industry, agriculture, and more. In the energy sector, an important favorable factor is that Ukraine's entire energy legislative and institutional framework is fully aligned with the EU norms. Second, the basic rule for the highest return on investment is to invest at the right time. That time is now, today. Those who act now, who see the potential and come up first, will gain the most in the future. Your involvement in rebuilding will not only help Ukraine, it will also create lasting benefits for you, making you part of the success story. The success story of Ukraine, the success story of the European Union. I encourage those who are still unsure and take this chance and get involved. I wish everyone productive and successful discussions that will result in agreements and decisions made today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I want to welcome Mats Lundin, our chairman of EUEA's board.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to thank you so much for coming here for this 15th Energy Day. And in particular, of course, I would also like to extend a thank to the Austrian Federal Economical Chamber, Mr. Dr. Kopf coming here one more time and speaking for us, and of course the Ambassador of Ukraine as well. It's really an honor to be able to be the chairman of the European-Ukrainian Energy Agency and be here in Vienna for the 15th Energy Day that we are having. I've been in Ukraine since 2003, and I have started myself a number of companies developing wind power. I have also been advising, and I'm still advising, a number of companies in terms of wind and solar power. It means that quite often when we have these events, I run into former employees. It happened to me out here, one of the first ones that the first company actually hired, which I think is wonderful to see that so many of those guys have stayed within the business. I have other people that are more recent additions to the people in the companies, and Now we are obviously having to face a war in Ukraine, which I don't think anybody had ever expected 2003 when I came ashore and started to work on putting up windmills in southern Ukraine at that time, Crimea. I got a poem from one of the people working for me, and I'm not going to read the full poem, but I kind of enjoyed some of the lines here that it goes like this. After the night comes the day, and the sun will rise somewhere beyond the sky. We are all dealing with our fears and aspirations differently, and I think writing poems may be a very good way of expressing this. I kind of took this about the rising sun after the night as kind of a sign that there would be a bright future again, where we will continue building more solar power, more wind power, and at one point maybe I will also be able to build a biomass-fired power plant, which I have planned many times but never been able to really implement. So, taking the opportunity here again to thank everybody for coming, and I hope this will not only result in a lot of talks up here, but also that we can go from here into action and again see new wind turbines and solar power plants coming up, probably also with quite a lot of batteries and energy storage and so on, because the new Ukraine that is going to come after the war will need more power, more energy. So thanks for being here. Let's share our energies together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. So before we dive in, I would like to have a brief interactive session at the beginning of our event. And as we already mentioned, we have the topic of our event of pursuing the balance between building back better or faster. So we've already heard the thoughts of His Excellency Ambassador, that the balance is yet to find. However, I want to hear your thoughts. So please, scan the QR code and cast your vote. We will have several interactive moments like this throughout our event, and at the end, we will share the results. Okay. So I think everybody has voted, and now we can proceed. And we can proceed to the presentation on Ukraine facility and its role in reconstruction. So I want to welcome to the stage Charles de Combrouche, the policy officer from the European Commission.
There's a quote that remained in my head to try to echo also the poetic words of the speaker just before me. And those words are the ones of Albert Camus, who knew very well what it was to fight a war back on European soil. Albert Camus said the following, and it's a free translation. In the middle of the winter, I have found within myself an unbeatable summer. And I think in light of winterization, in light of the different challenges that Ukraine is facing, sometimes a poetic quote can echo more than anything else. I'm glad to present today the Ukraine facility, which many of you know already. It is a synthetic presentation that tries to lead you towards many of the elements that the European Commission and other partners are putting together to support Ukraine and to bring international partners for the Ukrainian economy. I really thank all the sponsors of this event. It's a fantastic event, and it's an event that's been there before actually the start of the war. It's an institution here, EUEA, that's been there before the start of the war, and that says a lot about the steadfast commitment that there is in this continent. So I'd like to start as well to go with you towards this idea that not only are we supporting Ukraine as the European Commission, but we're also paving the way towards Ukraine's journey inside the EU bloc. And that's an important one because there's really two processes that are going alongside here. There's a recovery and reconstruction, but there's also an EU accession. And that's very important that those two see the synergies, but see the complementarity. And we are not waiting neither for the first one, nor for the second one. And you've seen the beautiful pictures in the newspapers, but the beautiful pictures in the newspapers, they have a reality on the terrain, they have a reality on the enlargement. And let's try to dig deep inside that. So the process of reconstruction should really be there in the EU accession process. So it's building back, building better, but building also with regard to Ukraine in its EU journey. So we're not going to rebuild Ukraine like it was before this unjust provocation by Russia. We're not going to rebuild Ukraine in the way that it was in the 90s. We're going to try to rebuild Ukraine as a modern European country, which should be. All partners are aligned in that, and not only European partners, but also partners from across the pond. And this is very visible in the Ukraine donor platform, which has been launched in January 2023, and which is really making true on this multilateralism and on this really support to the country. Where do we stand in the accession process? You might remember very fondly that the first step of the application itself was really coming in the first days of the bombing, and President Zelensky had this very colorful map that he handed over to the Brussels authorities. And this really started the process. After there were opinions, there were back and forth, there was the change of the status, Ukraine was granted and was given, and this was very natural, this candidate status, and now we're actually in the screening process, we're in discussion of the different clusters. And that is really something important because it's a merit-based journey. It's a journey that we have done with many member states countries in 2004. Many of you might remember that. It's a journey that we're also doing in the Western Balkans with a couple of countries that were visited by President von der Leyen in the last days, and it's a process that is ongoing with Ukraine now. So this is food for thought about what is the step ahead, but also what we've already done actually in this enlargement and accession process. So the opening was announced actually by Hadja Labib, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs of Belgium, back when Belgium, my home country, had the presidency. And now we're actually in the first cluster of the fundamentals, which is a very important one. It's the first one to be opened, but it's also the last one to be closed. And it's one where really the focus should be strongly on how can we bring Ukraine to the European acquis on that front. The enlargement report, and there you can see that those slides are not outdated because our ambassador in Ukraine, in Kiev, that many of you know, Katarina Maternova, she confirmed that probably tomorrow or the day after, we will see the enlargement report for Ukraine being published. It's an important document, it's an annual document that basically gives a note about how it's going. And you might have read the last report. It was actually a very encouraging document about the progress that the country is making. And an important one, and this is why I try to underline it, is that in the last report, there was really this push for Ukraine to align itself and to enter gradually the single market. The single market is one of the gems of the European Union, and I'm sure that the Austrian Chamber of Commerce would say the same. It's really this ability to have entrepreneurs, to have companies from across the continent freely doing business together for actually the citizens. EU support, and there comes the big pictures, but it's a picture, it's a big picture, it's a big figure, but nevertheless it's not an enough one, probably. Surely even. Nevertheless, this is how the support in a pie chart can be broken down for the moment. The total amount would be 120 billion, and this is to be split between what the Commission does and what also the Member States have done independently. There is in that a lot of different items that we might not have time to cover today. Nevertheless, you can see that the support is multi-thematic. It goes from support to the refugees, to the Ukrainian diaspora that is now on the continent. It goes from support to the state to keep paying the wages, to keep paying the retirement, but it's also about trying to get businesses already involved now with EU support and member state support in Ukraine for the reconstruction. So we're really trying to see here many different beneficiaries, many different instruments, because we need to be on all fronts. Most importantly, and because this is about trying to keep the lights on, what have we done on the energy support? No country has been attacked like Ukraine on its civilian energy infrastructure. It has been massive, unjust terror strikes on those infrastructure. And what we've tried to do here, and it's with a Viennese-based actor that many of you know very well, and some of the representatives will be there today, with the energy community, we've set up this Ukraine Energy Support Fund that really is there for the in-kind donation, to coordinate the support, and to try to get all of the good faiths from across the world flowing into the Ukrainian grid to support it. We try to do repairs, but as you see, 15% is not enough, and this is where we really see that we need to go wider, that we need to bring all the actors together to try to not have any damaging electricity cuts in the winter. We try to also connect better the Ukrainian grid with that of its European neighbors, and we've tried to do that with Romania, with Slovakia, with Poland. This is also very important. I mean, you know that in the past, Ukraine was an exporter of electricity, of energy. Currently, it is an importer, and really we need to be steadfast on this support also between the two grids. Stabilize. We need to stabilize as well the grid, and we need to make sure that crucial infrastructure gets the energy capacity that it needs. Hospital, public administration, public transportation, this is crucial. So I will not introduce the energy community today. You know it very well. I will just mention that this is a key actor that brings together this idea of enlargement, but also of support to the country. And because it prepares for EU membership, that is actually at the bakermat of the energy community. So it's to adopt, implement, and enforce important EU rules on energy. Commissioner Simpson is one of the key players that you have also seen in the Financial Times, making calls even recently for in-kind donation and for really European support flowing through the energy community towards Ukraine. What I'm quite glad about is to see the pledges really materialize. So you see the pledges here of 758, and you see that close to 90% of it, more than 90% of it, has actually been transferred already and can be utilized by the energy community. That says a lot about the fact that we can get the ball rolling. Okay, I wanted to start on the Ukraine facility itself by actually initiating what had been in the newspapers. So in the newspapers, we also this big 50 billion figure. Again, not enough, but this already says a lot about the support that we can try to bring together in a couple of months. Because this is really a fast-track process when it comes to the Commission. 50 billion, there's a lot of scrutiny, and it's an important one, scrutiny and dialogue from the government of Ukraine, because this is not a Brussels-led project. This is a co-creation between Kiev, Brussels, and all the national capitals of Europe. And then again, it's something, and I mentioned it, that it's a process that has been really sort of fast-tracked. And you will see later how this comes on the terrain. It has 3 pillars, like a Greek temple. The first one is a really important one, is the pillar 1. Pillar 1 is budget support, and this is linked to the Ukraine plan, which is a really cornerstone document. The pillar 1 is about making transfers to the Ukrainian state from the EU budget headroom and from other financial instruments. It is about helping the Ukrainian state, the government, exist and pay all of its duties. It is the money that is flowing there, it is not earmarked. So that says a lot about how it can be used as well. That's important. Pillar 2, that is the team I'm working on, and that's the Ukraine investment framework. That's building on the successes of the European Fund for Sustainable Development, and that is the idea that with de-risking mechanism, we can try to leverage much more than just EU public money, and to bring already now, in the midst of the war, private capital and co-investors to Ukraine. And then there is Pillar 3, which is really important for the accession as well, which is about assistance program, technical assistance. And that's helping all steps of the Ukrainian government in aligning themselves and in actually bettering the process for the EU launchpad it has. The key actors are also, as mentioned, the European financial institutions. So you have the member states one that you might know, Agence France Développement, FMO, KfW, of course, CDP. All of these actors are very important because they allow us to do the indirect management that we're really keen to see. Then you also have the multilateral financial institutions that are really key in this process. IFC is present today, the EBRD is a very important one, and the World Bank can really help us also make an impact on the terrain. The Ukraine donor platform, I already touched upon that one, and then the key stakeholders in Europe, across the world, but especially in Ukraine, and today is a good testimonial of that, is the civil society, the private sector, and all local stakeholders. So how is the 50 billion divided? A big chunk of it goes to Pillar 1, with most of it being loans, but concessional loans, and part of it being grants. Then the Pillar 2, there you see a 6.9 figure. You might say that this is not enough. Sure, it's not enough, but this is about internal Commission provisioning. So meaning that provisioning on that amount allows us actually to reach close to a 9 billion figure in actually the deployment we can do with the banks. Pillar 3 is also a sizable envelope, which is, as I mentioned, for assistance and technical development. And then, again, this is quite fresh news. We are relentlessly trying to get new financial means to Ukraine, trying to surpass this 50 billion envelope, and trying to get new mechanism with the means that we have in place. And you might have seen the news about trying to use mobilized Russian assets, and especially the extraordinary proceeds from them. And we are glad to see that this is moving, that with the G7 plus with our American and British partners, we can try to make something sizable ready based on actually support, financial support from those frozen assets. So that's a really important, and that can give a new headroom to the support that we intend. So the UIF in a nutshell, the objective is to mobilize, mobilize, and mobilize. The background is EFSD Plus, as I mentioned, and it's also the neighborhood investment platform that some of you might know. It's type of support, it's blending, grants, technical assistance, that's for 1.5 billion euros. And then we also have the 7.8 billion, which is basically for guarantee capacity. So you have beautiful projects, they have found the funding, but the funding is not secured yet. You come in with a guarantee. You try to de-risk as a first loss piece, pari passu, you name it. We want to mobilize up to 4 billion euros. That's quite a challenge. Investment areas, energy, access to funds, human capital, transport, agri-food, critical raw materials, especially important for the digital transformation of all continents and beyond. The green transition, very important as well, and Ukraine, we will speak about renewables a bit later in the day. Implementation, indirect management by the trusted partners that are already listed. Some key figures in the regulation that we will uphold. At least 20% needs to go to climate change mitigation, environmental protection, biodiversity, really the Green Deal in Ukraine. More than 25% can go as well, at least 25% can go as well to EIB. EIB is the EU's bank. It's a really important player. The EIB has shown its merits across the world with EIB Global, and we're so trusting them that there's a specific allocation for them inside the Ukraine facility. More, up to 15%, please let it be more, need to go to startups and to SMEs in Ukraine. Those are the backbone of the economy in the European Union. It's the backbone of the economy in Ukraine as well. And then came Berlin, then came June. And in June, fantastic, there we managed to sign. We managed to sign quite a lot. We managed to sign 1.4 billion euros. And most of that was guarantees. Some of that was blended finance. And this is really important because this allowed us to already show that this Ukraine facility that was a bit long in the making, that got approval by the co-legislator, fast delivered. And here I wanted to show 4 case studies, and I know my time is running up, but this is important because this is really on the ground already now. There's 4 agreements that I want to highlight. EBRD High Bar, EBRD Resilience, IFC Better Futures Program, and also KfW Reconstruction and Rehabilitation of the Electricity Transmission Infrastructure Grid, and that's with Ukrhydroenergo. So, fantastic project here with EBRD and Naftogaz. This is about biofuels. And here I allowed myself to keep the guarantee amount and the loan size. So you see that we mobilize. The loan size of EBRD is 60 million. We have not guaranteed 60 million. We have guaranteed 24 million. So that allows to already have there, at first level, a mobilization effect. This is important because this is the OCO group coming together with other players and doing those biofuels. It's important for energy capacity in Ukraine. EBRD Nova Poshta. Nova Poshta is a very important player in Ukraine. We cannot stress that more. Here it's about trying to safeguard Nova Poshta, try to safeguard from shelling the employees of Nova Poshta. So it's about creating shelters, and that's for 70 million euros, again with the EBRD, signed in Berlin, already deploying now. And then big news that was in LinkedIn's feeds of everybody, I suppose. Xavier Niel, French billionaire, revolutionized the market with TREE, basically decided to make a huge investment alongside Horizon with EBRD and IFC with the backing of the French state and the European Commission inside telcos. really important as well. The fourth one, with Ukrhydroenergo. Ukrhydroenergo is an important partner in Ukraine, and there's 100 million that has been unblocked to basically support Ukrhydroenergo. Then, and rushing a bit here, you see a picture of the team in Brussels, especially of Yatian Koopman, that you might know, and of Oleksiy Sobolev, who is the coordinator on the Ukrainian front as First Deputy Prime Minister of the Ministry of Economy, and he is basically leading the way in the dialogue with us. When the steering board happened in September, just after, we pushed on the button to send a new signal to everybody working on Ukraine. There's a new call for 2.75 billion euros available right now. And I see thumbs up, and we will deep dive into that call in other sessions. Nevertheless, what is open now? Public sector, private sector direct, and intermediated funds. This has been launched in September. The first deadline for submission of proposal is the 31st of October. And we know that many of those proposals are arriving now in our mailboxes, and this is great. What will open as well is an intermediated banking call that will open in the foreseeable future, and that will be about making true on the support of the Ukrainian banking ecosystem, which is very strong in Ukraine. What is the call about? The call is about really trying to get those financial institutions that are pillar assessed, so audited by the Commission, they submit programs to us. We try to support those programs either with grants, with blended finance, with guarantees, and those programs they basically deploy on the terrain. Remember, we want to unlock 40 billion, so we need to use in the best way the public money that's been allocated to that, and in this case it's 2.75, 550 from grants, 2.2 from guarantees. The call will be open for 12 months. First cut-off date is now. Nevertheless, we will assess projects on a rolling basis, and that's important. Voila, with a bit of delay, I arrived to my last slide, which is basically to show you in blue the EU member states, but to show you that this frontier does not make a lot of sense, and that if we look at this red arrow, we can see that probably from Lisbon, Ukraine seems far, from Brussels sometimes as well, but from Vienna, it's really a stone throw away. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini.
And we are moving forward. Now we will have the opening panel. But before that, I want to show you the results of our first interactive session. So, as you can see, we have significantly more people supporting the better reconstruction in comparison to faster. So our colleagues from the following debate can already take that into account. But that's very good insight, and we will get back to this question a little bit later. So thank you, colleagues, and we can go to the opening panel. And I want to welcome the speakers of this panel. So we will have Vasyl Shkurakov. I welcome you to the stage. We will have Ádám Balogh. Matteini. And Olexiy Parkhomchuk will join us online. And the session will be moderated by Giuseppe Grimbaldi. Giuseppe, please. No, you can. Okay, so you have the microphones here. Here's the clicker for the presentations. Yeah, we will have two presentations. Yeah. The floor is yours.
Hello? Okay, great. Perfect. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on my behalf as well to this 15-year European-Ukrainian Energy Day. My name is Giuseppe Grimaldi. I'm an associate director in EBRD. I lead the policy team in EBRD that deals with energy and infrastructure. It's my pleasure today to moderate the opening panel, which is about the lessons learned in Ukraine 3 years into the war almost, especially in the energy and infrastructure sector. So I think the idea of this panel is to set the tone a bit for the discussion today, to give a bit, the big picture of, what's been happening so far. And we have a very distinguished panel today. Before I give the floor to my colleagues to introduce, I just wanted to make a couple of remarks about, the work that EBRD has been doing in the country, and this was thankfully already mentioned in the previous session. You know that EBRD has a very strong presence in Ukraine. It used to be the case even before the war, when the bank was investing about €1 billion per year, making it the larger investor in the country. And actually, we stepped up our support for Ukraine since the beginning of the war. We're now investing about 1.5 billion a year. And since the beginning of the war, we've been investing more than 5 billion in the country to support Ukraine against the Russian aggression. And of course, a lot of these investments, a lot of the activities that the bank does are focused in the infrastructure sector and in the energy sector specifically. So just to give you a couple of examples, we've provided about 1 billion in terms of liquidity support for large state-owned entities that deal with the energy sector, so the likes of Ukrhydroenergo, Naftogaz, and Ukrhydroenergo. And we recently approved in September a new energy security facility, which actually provides funds through intermediate banks to end users, clients, municipalities, for them to be able to procure distributed generation, diesel generations, storage to prepare for the winter. But I think it's not a story only about investment. It's a story also about the policy support that is needed to make sure that Ukraine can also progress on the reform side, and more specifically on the EU integration path. So again, a couple of examples here on what we as EBRD are doing is the Ukraine Reform Architecture. That's a very big program that we have. I think we're mobilizing about 200 experts across the ministries and the government in Ukraine to make sure that there is capacity for reform, execution, and implementation. And we also have a special policy program to support SOEs, which since the start of the war often find themselves as being a crucial actor to the resilience of the country, especially in some critical infrastructure sectors. So for example, we work a lot with the Agency for Reconstruction, the former Ukrhydroenergo, which took quite a lot on their shoulder in terms of the reconstruction phase. But going back to the discussion about this panel, I just wanted to share, 3 points that, from my experience, are really crucial lessons learned in Ukraine, and I hope that the speakers could also comment on those. The first point is about capacity in Ukrainian institutions, in our clients, in our counterparts. Because clearly, as the war drags on, after 3 years, we see the risk that there is an erosion in the technical expertise on the Ukrainian side, and I think this should be a priority for the international support to defend. The second one is really the topic that we're discussing today, is about building back better, and I think this is especially obvious in the energy sector, where the amount of destruction also offers incredibly an opportunity to rethink the system. Shall we build it back again as it was, centralized, based on fossil fuel, not very smart? Or is there an opportunity to rebuild the networks, the infrastructure, imagining already that it can be based more on distributed generation, on renewables, on storage? And this links me to the third and final point on my side, which is if we want to build back better, we also need to acknowledge that in many cases this will be more expensive. And then the question is, how can Ukraine afford to build back better? And that's crucial to answer this question, to be able to mobilize investments. How do we mobilize investments? How do we mobilize investments for the private sector? Because I think in my views, there's like three conditions. One is to set up a very good incentivizing policy framework that can attract investment. The second one is to create a mix of support. It could be grants, support from financial institutions, and other type of financial instruments. But then the third and ultimate objective is we will only be able to match the requirement, the needs of the sector if we can mobilize the private sector investment at scale, bring foreign investors into the country, and really make the business case work. So having said that, I will now turn to my fellow panelists to start a lovely discussion today. I would like to start with the first Deputy Minister Shkurakov, Deputy Minister for Communities and Territories of Ukraine, and also member of the Supervisory Board of Ukrhydroenergo. Deputy Minister, would you like to share your views about the lesson learned so far?
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, thank you for your tireless efforts and focused attention to the needs of Ukraine and Ukrainians. As we all remember and must remember, between March and June this year, Russia brutally attacked on energy infrastructure. This attacks resulted in the loss of over 9 gigawatts of Ukraine's electricity generation capacity, including an extensive amount of heating generation capacity. And today, thanks to you, the energy of Ukrainians is still generating. And this energy gives us inspiration to continue to fight for independence and liberty of the land. I would like to show you a small presentation about our heating season and what we should do for our decentralization system. First slide, in the run-up to winter, the enemy is destroying any possibility of our survival. For this reason, we are making a big transition from an outdated centralized system to a decentralized energy and heat supply. Heat supply in most of Ukrainian cities is 100% dependent on the operation of centralized systems. Therefore, this makes such communities the most exposed as their large boiler houses, heating stations are easy targets for Russian missiles. We already have plans to return energy to the cities that the barbarians left without centralized heating and its backup. These cities are Kharkiv, Ladizhin, Dobrotwir, Burштин, Ukrainka, Shostka. These cities are important for our energy infrastructure topology. These cities are our top priority. Russia is also brutally destroying livelihoods in the front line and border territories. As such, our task is to provide these sensitive regions with the needed energy equipment. These are Chernihiv, Sumy, Kharkiv, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Dnipropetrovsk, Kherson, Mykolaiv, and Odessa regions. We have calculated the needs to district heating companies for power equipment to ensure the lives of millions of Ukrainians, and their 850 cogeneration units with a total electric capacity of 1,362 megawatts, 533 container boilers houses with a total capacity of 1,192 megawatts. This is not about numbers, it's about Ukrainians' transition to the decentralized energy. It's about the autonomy and capacity of communities. And the main focus is on those communities where the aggressor is completely destroying infrastructure. The resilience of these communities starts with the energy resilience. Next slide. It's okay, huh?
Yes, it's switched.
Okay. Next slide, we are already actively cooperating with our partners to develop decentralized energy and heat supply. You can see all partners who help us to do it very quickly. From last half year, we have more than 440 cogeneration units with a total electricity capacity of 737 megawatts and 239 container boiler houses with a total capacity of 635 megawatts. As of today, we were able to reach agreements to address about 50% of our needs, but we still have half of our needs to address. The main focus is those communities which infrastructure completely destroyed by the aggressor. The ministry is ready to act as a reliable partner to coordinate the installation of this equipment. Please note, to achieve repeat installation of decentralized energy equipment, we have simplified construction, installation, and procurement procedures and create a supportive environment to improve equipment. Oops. Of course, this picture is our Kharkiv, and this march, it continues from the city, and now we rebuilt and we did very huge work in the city because the city had centralized system to power station supplies this region, this city for heat supply, and now we rebuilt a new system with many different equipment like cogeneration units and boiler houses. We are working to serve the main goal to prevent heat outs and blackouts in the communities, to arrange maximum decentralization of energy and heat supply, by that increasing the resilience of our energy system in the face of Russia shelling, to provide electricity and heat to the homes of millions. This winter season will be a challenge for Ukraine, for our energy system in the face of attacks. We must join force to prevent threats of Ukraine's energy sector. And for my last words, I prefer more build back better, but I totally agree with my colleague about all understanding for us what we should do to implement this topic for Ukrainian reality. Of course, we should looking for investments to do it, and of course we should thinking about our tariff policy, because now it's one of the big problem to involve investment in this sector. Thank you for your attention and have a good day. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. It was really an interesting presentation, and really all the points about decentralization. I hope we can come back to that a bit later. I would like now to turn to Olexiy, who is connected with us from Kiev and who works for the Investment Fund for Developing Country, Olexiy Parkhomchuk, and ask his view about the latest development in Ukraine and the investors' outlook for the country. Olexiy, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Giuseppe. Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and it's great to be here. IFU, the Danish Investment Fund for Developing Countries, this is Danish state-owned DFI, Development Finance Institution. And in terms of the previous panel, where Charles was presenting Pillar 2 details of the de-risking mechanisms from the European Commission, we are one of those eligible institutions who can apply for those instruments developed by the European Commission. Well, at the very start of the big war, we had 5 investments in Ukrainian renewables, and one of the largest, Sivash wind park, where we are similar to EBRD and to a few other European DFIs and IFIs, used to be a lender, and we're still a lender, but Sivash was occupied during already the first hours of the invasion, and as of now, the status of the asset is not really clear. It's occupied. What is remained there? It's a question mark. But for us and for the owners, the asset is lost. But other 4 investments of ours in Ukrainian renewables, 3 solar parks and 1 wind park, they up and running. They are up and running. They are operational, and they're actually doing better than we would expect at the very start of the invasion. So they are producing to the grid, and they are paid better, once again, better than we would expect. But this is already a bit of a history. Of course, we are in the active ownership mode with regards of those investments, and we are trying to do our best to support them in their operations, in their survival and further development. At the same time, we also understand that we also need to think about the future. And building a pipeline for future investments, this is one of the core tasks we are having on a daily basis. It's a difficult task, and it's not only about having sufficient funding for the investments. And I wouldn't say that we have that we are overfunded. We have money, and we understand our capacities, and we do try to look closely at prospective investment opportunities. At the same time, we understand that we face quite a number of difficulties, of challenges assessing new projects, and those difficulties, to some extent, Giuseppe, you mentioned in your opening remarks, and some other speakers already mentioned some of the things earlier today. And probably I wouldn't go too deep as of now, but just to mention the security situation assessment is still a big question mark. The war is continuing. Ukraine is losing territories on everyday basis. Unfortunately, we are losing people. We are losing sometimes very much qualified people who are now mobilized to the army for obvious reasons. The security situation is pretty much uncertain everywhere in Ukraine. So in terms of the geography, there are no completely safe regions. Some of the regions can be perceived as safer. Some of the regions are obviously more difficult to secure, but at the same time, the whole Ukraine is under attack. So security situation is a big question mark. Insurance possibilities, political risk insurance and insurance of the assets on the ground, this is also one of the concerns. And we also sometimes lack some consistency in the policies, in the statements from the Ukrainian authorities. What exactly are priorities, and to what extent we should be focused on rebuilding back better, greener, or rather faster and cheaper at the same time. Another concern of ours, it is the sales model for the new renewables. Obviously, previously we were relying on the green tariff and payments from the off-taker, from the guaranteed buyer. And we are actually happy that the level of payments is not 100%, but it's anyway much higher than investors would expect during the wartime. But the green tariff is over for good reasons, and to what extent the merchant risk is acceptable to us, this is once again a question mark, and to what to base the financial modeling for another 5-6 years, this is not really certain. And just to finalize on the challenges, and the list is longer, and I'm trying to make it short. Also, to some extent, the availability of technical expertise on the ground, availability of people, availability sometimes of just the construction people who are going to construct a project, a wind farm or a solar energy farm. This is also one of the challenges. So there are many uncertainties. We keep on being, I wouldn't say optimistic, we keep on being realistic in terms of assessing our possibilities to contribute. But in any case, we keep on going and keep on talking to project sponsors and trying to make our best to support them in making their projects bankable. I will probably stop here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Oleksiy. I think it was really insightful from the ground, if I can say so, and a honest assessment of what it means today to operate in Ukraine. What are the challenges to get that financial models approved, which is something we share as well. And maybe that's a good transition to the next speakers, turning to the international community to understand what is preparing. We heard from the Commission before, but and I think the Energy Community Secretariat in particular was mentioned there. So I'll turn at this point to Ádám Balogh, who's the head of the Ukraine Support Task Force Unit at the Energy Community Secretariat, to hear a bit, what are the lessons learned for the energy community. I think it changed a lot as an institution compared to the energy community, let's say, before the war. So Ádám, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe, and thank you for the invitation for us to be here and the opportunity to present. Indeed, quick overview of what I will talk about. Thank you, Charles, for the introduction to energy community, and I will also elaborate on top of that. Then I will provide a brief situation overview on the ground on top of what Mr. Shkurakov mentioned. Then I will explain the works of the Ukraine Energy Support Fund, the winterization, and the international cooperation context that the fund and actually the Secretariat's other Ukraine-related activities are embedded into, and some reflections on going forward and build back better, also focusing on other activities of the Secretariat. So yes, the Energy Community is an international organization based on the treaty establishing the Energy Community, and the key objective is to extend the EU's energy market to our contracting parties, so practically to have one common energy market based on legislation and regulation which is harmonized with that of the European Union. In keywords, you probably have heard third energy package, now currently electricity integration package, or CBAM, market coupling, national energy and climate plans in the framework of the governance regulation, tariff setting, unbundling mechanisms, etc., etc. These are just to throw out the keywords that we are dealing with. And all this practically offers an accelerated integration to the contracting parties that on the energy field, they practically can feel as being member of the European Union. So that based on one common energy market, based on the common rules applied in the contracting parties, de facto, on the energy and climate sphere, the countries are kind of members of the European Union, and that's what we call accelerated integration. A general description of the situation, this mostly focuses on the electricity grid, so hence it adds nicely on what Mr. Shkurakov has also presented with regards to the district heating situation. Just a quote from the Ministry of Energy. So the question is not whether there will be blackouts during the winter, but how long those blackouts will last. And basically what illustrates that situation is I have put up from DTEC newsletter actually, pre-war and during the war system load examples, which are also reflecting to the month of January, and we can see that pre-war peak load during winter time has been around 23 gigawatt average hourly load, and throughout 2024 January it was significantly lower, 20 to 30% lower, around the 14 gigawatt average hourly load. However, what we have then seen, of course, the second part, so bottom left corner shows the load for October month, which is a couple of weeks ago. And we see that when the weather was favorable, and fortunately, the latest attacks have been back, latest significant attacks which have been very widespread on the energy grid, but this has been happening ever since, but the significant ones at the end of August have been already 1.5 or 2 months earlier. Then we have seen more or less balance. However, what we can for sure know is that winter will be there, so it's not an uncertainty, but it's a certainty. And what is uncertainty is the targeted attacks against the infrastructure. And with an increased electricity peak load, which can be in the range of 14 to 17 gigawatt hourly load, that would provide further strain on the grid. And with the 9 gigawatt installed capacity damaged or destroyed, with capacities being on the occupied territories, with the Zaporizhzhia NPP being out of production, this results in the quote with which I started my slide with. Mr. Shkurakov has elaborated on the district heating situation. So priorities have been in the winterization is refurbishing and repairing installed capacities, installing new capacities as it could be done relatively quickly, backup power generation, protecting the infrastructure, and ensuring heat production for the district heating systems. Now, the Ukraine Energy Support Fund has been there since the beginning of the war, since April 2022, which has been endorsed by Commissioner Simpson, and we work very closely with DG Energy, with DG NIR, with the Ministry of Energy, and Ministry of Infrastructure as well, and regions. So this is embedded also, the whole structure in the international cooperation, as I mentioned, with Ukraine, with the European Commission, but through the G7+, with all the other institutions and countries and partners who are engaging in the rebuilding and emergency damage repair and preparing for winter, or going forward, preparing new projects in Ukraine. So this is a large coordinated effort where everyone can find their role and be useful on specific areas for Ukraine. Now, what the fund is doing, procuring and delivering equipment based on support requests as approved by the Ministry of Energy. And for the winterization, through the fund, we are delivering approximately 220 megawatt flexible distributed generation capacity and contribute to the repair and refurbishment of approximately 1.8 gigawatt of installed capacity and to renewable infrastructure repairs. Now, how the fund works, very quickly. As I mentioned, requests are coming from Ukrainian energy infrastructure operator companies to the Ministry of Energy, who prioritizes and approves those requests. The Ministry of Energy's approved support request is for us a trigger to start procuring the equipment which is defined in that support request. Now, it's not the energy community itself who is carrying out the procurement, but the procurement agent, which is Tetra Tech, based on an open tender, which complies with the procurement standards, the international procurement standards. Now, once a commercial contract or a supply contract is concluded between the supplier and the Ukrainian beneficiary, the fund is actually the payee to the contract. So we pay directly to the supplier, and with that we eliminate potential counterparty risks. So you can be sure that an international organization, being the energy community, which is the fiduciary of the fund, will pay in line with the payment milestones in the commercial contract which supplies equipment to the Ukrainian counterparty. That's the downstream part, how the money is spent. Money is coming in from international donors, countries. I will have a slide which shows the share of the donors. Highest contributions in percentage is from Germany, followed by the European Union. And thanks to all of our contributors, of course, and every contribution which came earlier and resulted in repairs, let's say in April or June, all do contribute to the winterization for this winter as well. It's not only the funds which are dedicated for winter, but all the funds which came and contributed to repairs significantly contribute to winterization. This is for when the presentation is shared, the previous slide more explained. Procurement is open for companies also in Austria, also very importantly in Ukraine. Open tenders, we pay directly to the supplier. This is just the examples, and you can see on the QR code where the tenders are published. Technical specifications are there, and you will be able to check and bid. Some examples from the month of June or August about the statistics, what kind of items bought for what areas, examples of press releases about contributions coming to the fund, European Union's 96 million contribution, Ignitis groups from Lithuania being a private contributor. Important to note that the fund is not only for states to contribute, but to any corporations who would like to contribute to the fund. This is how the pledges stand at this moment. Actually, update, I made the presentation last evening based on the 8th of October, 758 million. As of yesterday, it is 768 million euros pledged to the fund. Press release on who pledged and what it will be spent on is to follow on our website. Now, building back better, in the course of the winterization, we see together with the Ukrainian partners, of course, that the grid's flexibility is key in order to balance the grid and to integrate going forward renewable projects, intermittent renewables, and that comes from the pre-war and also due to the current generation mix of the country. Of course, noting the 1,700 megawatt import capacity. Now, the grid needs additional flexible resources, frequency control devices, which can be battery electricity storage, which can be rolling reserves, and the auction took place in Q3 2024 for auxiliary services to be installed by next year. Now, we are waiting for the official results. Certain results have been floating around the media, but we would comment on the results once they are official and out there. However, what is for sure that flexible assets on the grid are crucial going forward, also due to the war effort, but also to integrate projects which are in line with the NECP, which are in line with the Ukraine facility and the Ukraine plan, without which it will be difficult to control the grid. Now, Building Back Better and other reflections where we are active. So National Energy and Climate Plan, NECP, based on the governance regulation, the Energy Community Secretariat has an important role, monitoring responsibilities, and we are working in the context of the G7 and calling together the high-level advisory group, which channels in the international communities comments and implementation related proposals to the Ukrainian NECP, which is a key condition for the Ukraine plan and the Ukraine facility, clearly referenced in the Ukraine facility regulation. Then Ukraine Energy Support Fund, together with the Green Deal unit dealing with the National Energy Climate Plan, we can realize projects in line with the NECP. Actually, we are doing public renewables projects, supplying PVs for hospitals, but we can do that for private investments as well. We have signed a letter of intent with IRENA on 11th of June in Berlin. Discussions are further ongoing on how that cooperation could work for private renewable projects, providing projects which are in line with NECP, Ukraine plan, etc. And we are ready to cooperate with IFIs. Perhaps during the discussion I can elaborate more. We have the Ukraine Energy Market Observatory, very important about the import capacity into Ukraine. Of course, it's a physical question on the one end, and the international community and ENTSO-E and Ukrainian colleagues are working on how this can be increased. However, on the Ukrainian side, there are, of course, measures which we have collected in our latest Market Observatory report, which lists recommendations and the reasons for those recommendations, how actually the existing capacity can be used more efficiently so that it's producing a higher impact within the country, and to enable the Ukrainian legislative and regulatory basis on how, when the physical capabilities are there to increase physically further the imports, that this is serving more the Ukrainian economies and consumers' interest. And on capacity-related comments, we have signed an MOU with the Committee of Verkhovna Rada on Energy and Housing and Communal Service. Of course, there are complex pieces of legislation, such as the electricity integration package, which is registered in the Rada, and which needs constant back and forth discussions so that colleagues who will actually decide on that piece of legislation are aware of what it means, what are the consequences, and how that will impact or not impact, or what the consequences are if it's not implemented or not implemented as it should be in line with the European legislation. Now, I think I fit into 13 minutes, and with that I thank you very much and ready to discuss further on the points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ádám, for a very insightful presentation of the work you're doing at the energy community. And I think also this concept of accelerated integration maybe goes back to the question, building back better, faster. Probably we can do both sometimes, so that's why you accelerate the integration. Okay, let me conclude the first round of discussion with Marco UNIDO. Marco, I would like to hear your technical views about the work that you've been doing at UNIDO for the energy system in Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe, and good morning to everyone, and thanks to the organizer of the EUEA Energy Day for inviting UNIDO. I would like actually to pick on the three items that Giuseppe set out in his statement on the capacity, the building back better, and a little bit on the investments, because I think they're all very material to this discussion. Regarding the capacity, now as a UN Industrial Development Organization, our operations are very much targeted to industry, and so energy demand side. UNIDO has been working in the energy industry sector in Ukraine since 2010 with different projects focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy for SMEs, and lately focusing in particular on industrial energy efficiency. Now, when we started 2010 or so, the level of capacity, competency, service offer for energy efficiency in industry and also renewable energy was pretty low and largely concentrated on few technologies and applications. During the following decade, we definitely saw significant progress, but with the war started by the aggression of Russia and Ukraine, some of those progress has been eroded, and we have also seen new and major capacity and competency gaps emerging. To give an example, in September 2022, we started an energy management system implementation and capacity building program with 9 companies. Over the following 12 months, 4 of these companies had their energy management team changed. Senior energy engineers or managers left, and their place was taken by a new personnel, but with very little expertise and experience on energy. That also came in a moment where the management of the production operation of these companies was getting even more complicated because of the constant power supply disruption. So I think that as has been also voiced by other panelists and colleagues, it is really critical that Ukraine government, key energy market stakeholders, international partners, they ensure that there is a strong focus and the allocation of suitable level of resources to push for building and strengthening the capacity and competencies of Ukrainian workforce for energy efficiency and renewable energy, and more in general for the energy infrastructure sector. Now, capacity building is a key area of work for UNIDO, and in Ukraine, we have very much focused on building industry capacities for energy management system implementation. We have also supported the expansion of the expert base and market services for this technology. We have also focused on the optimization of industrial energy systems like pumps and steams, but systems that are cross-cutting to many sectors. And we have also started to provide capacity building on renewable energy integration in industry. So to kind of summarize on the topic of capacity, we think that Ukraine has really a tremendous potential for economic development and innovation through the reconstruction. But it will be really critical that there is proper investment of resources in people and business skills development. Moving to the building back better, I think Vice Minister and also Ádám provided information about the level of damage. I think that in building back better, it would be really important to ensure that first, there is a permanent, strong focus and support on improving energy efficiency, both on the supply and the demand side, industry, other sectors. But if we would succeed in doing that, first we would make the most productive use of the limited assets and energy resources that are now available. But we would also make any future investment more socioeconomically effective. And I would argue, as also Giuseppe was saying, in some cases, it's possible to combine the better with the faster. And I think energy efficiency will be certainly contributing to that. Second, I think it will be important to ensure that the contribution of industry to the deployment of decentralized renewable energy are built upon. But we have seen industrial enterprises that are making investments for backup generation systems, also some renewables, in particular solar PV. I think it would be, yes, important if these investments, these efforts can be supported, accelerated, and built upon. We tend to see also an opportunity to contribute to future greater grid flexibility that Ádám presented. And the third element, and even though I'm not a strong expert in the field, I know that it is not easy, but in the reconstruction of the energy infrastructure, it would be important if the decision maker will be able to take an integrated approach, supply and demand side. And also if beside addressing the emergency needs, long-term planning implications and best available technologies could be integrated in some of the solutions. UNIDO, regarding Building Back Better, is working and supporting Ukraine through the Green Industrial Recovery Program for Ukraine and a diverse portfolio of projects. With regard to Ukraine's energy security and infrastructure, work that is particularly relevant has concentrated, again, very much on the demand side, but technical assistance to industrial enterprises for energy efficiency and demand reduction, actually enabling also companies to carry out energy demand forecasting for internal use, but it has also potential beneficial impact for future demand side management or demand response program. We are providing support for integration of renewable energy. We have established a guarantee scheme to de-risk industrial energy efficient investment, and more information will be shared in the afternoon. And from this year, we have a large program that is supporting private sector-led transfer of technologies to Ukraine that can have a significant market growth and job creation potential. This is a program of $188 million that is funded by Japan. And very briefly, yes, on investment is not my field of expertise, but from what I read and talking with financing experts of UNIDO, certainly private sector investment is a must. So I guess that on one end, the issue is how to materialize foreign investments in Ukraine, and I think it was extremely interesting to see the presentation of Charles about also the contribution of EU funds to guarantee mechanism, because in yes, our limited experience can be a very powerful tool. On another end, beside let's say the money aspect, also for investments, I think in our experience there is a significant capacity issue, but there is a need to have competent professionals and also a pipeline of suitable projects for the assessment of foreign investors. In this area, beside the guarantee mechanism that UNIDO, together with the Ukrhydroenergo, has piloted in Ukraine, we are also working with local banks to strengthen their understanding and capacities to assess energy efficiency, renewable energy project, and also to provide the support in the preparation of pipeline investment. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. In particular, thanks for the call for energy efficiency, which I think it's really an important topic. Sometimes we focus on energy generation only, but energy efficiency is also very important. I think we have a few minutes left, so I'm keen to open for questions, but I'd like to start maybe with one question myself, maybe the same question for all panelists for a quick reaction to hear your views. I think a topic that has been mentioned by virtually everyone is this shift from centralization to decentralization, right? The shift to renewables, the change on the heating side. I mean, in a sense, I feel Ukraine is forced to be innovative because it's unprecedented that 90% of the thermal fossil fuel capacity of a country has been erased. So how do you reply to that? What's the answer to that? That needs to be somehow innovative. So we hear a lot about moving to a decentralized system, but what are the implications of that? How does this affect the government, the donors, the ministry on the technical side? Does it complicate or simplify things? From our experience, I think, of course, as the war starts, you have a tendency actually to centralization because the state needs to take a role, they need to provide an answer. We heard the words integrated views, but then now we're in the third year of the war, so maybe things have moved on. And there is a sense that the answer needs to be local. We saw that different zones in Ukraine have been affected in a different way by the war, so maybe this calls for different response. But I think in terms, for example, of the system and the governance in Ukraine, would, for example, municipalities be able to take a more prominent role in the reconstruction? I think when we were looking at this, to give you an example, we saw that I think currently municipalities are not allowed to sign PPAs for energy supply in the current procurement law in Ukraine. So I think to generally shift to a more decentralized also decision-making, maybe there is a strategy. So I'd like to hear different views, maybe starting with the Deputy Minister on his views about decentralization, and then quick reactions so we can go around the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Giuseppe. I agree, it's a very important issue because everybody understands that all cities, all communities have different systems, and of course we cannot provide any different system or the same system in these cities. And however, we started our new program for the decentralization capacity system in Kharkiv, because Kharkiv was the first city which got these attacks from Russia, and they destroyed our TETs, PPC 5 and 3, and in March, in 20th of March, Kharkiv lost heating systems, and but our heating supply become work. And we start with our energy security project with USAID realized decentralization heating system, and they delivered a few cogeneration units to Kharkiv before these events and these incidents, and they installed this cogeneration system on their boiler houses. And when PPC 5 was destroyed, heating system in Kharkiv continued to work. And then we decided to prepare for all big city, which has a centralized system, prepare reserve system for this situation. And how we remember, next city was Ukrainka, when Tripolska PPC was destroyed, and then Burштин, Dobrotvir, Zelenodolsk, Ladizhin, the big cities which lost their heating system in Russian attacks. And now, of course, we have some problems with installation these procedures because, no, first of all, my colleagues said it's about experience, and of course, all teams who provide this system in Ukraine, they need special experience to install this, and of course we need to prepare good plans to realize this project, because it's not easy project. It's very difficult system with many different components, and of course every project have different issues, and our ministry with Ministry of Energy, of course, we have support from energy community, because this fund very important for different equipment and materials to install this system. And when communities prepare the list to needs for install, we started this procurement mechanism, and then we support our communities and our district heating companies to install their units in the cities. But I want to read a few key measures we need to focus on when attraction, investment and project for the restoration of the energy sector to maximize the effectiveness of investments in recovery and reconstruction are as follows. Accelerating the reform program by Ukrainian recovery plan. We when we prepare this plan, we try to include all needs for our transformation, our legislation skills, and this will promote economic growth and we can say, and the modernization of the institutions, as well as strengthen the capacity of the public sector at the local level in the line with EU standards and policies. It's very important because we understand that Ukraine is a candidate for the EU members, and we should do better than we are now. Strengthening public sector capacity. Alongside the growing role of the private sector, further enhancing the public sector's capacity in planning and implementing recovery and reconstruction projects will be crucial for ensuring effective and efficient execution at developing a unified portfolio of projects at the preparation stage, strengthening the institutional and technical capacity of government bodies and relevant stakeholders, and establishing the Strategic Investment Council, which has already started its work in the second half of this year. Maybe you know about our DREAM system, we special created the system for our communities, for our donors, for our partners. It's about small project management. Our view that all projects which we realize in Ukraine in different funds should we have one platform. It's like dream system, and everybody can launch, can use this system in their interest, and everybody can know how their project how their project implements. Utilizing opportunities for private investment. The private sector will play a critically important role in meeting the needs of recovery and reconstruction as market conditions develop and commitment to reforms continue. The scope of private sector investments in the industry could significantly increase. This growth will help accelerate implementation while reducing the fiscal burden. And last point is enhancing the competencies of local authorities and communities' representatives, strengthening strategic planning, project management, investment achievements, coordination with various stakeholders and relevant technical capabilities will contribute to the development of modern, inclusive, sustainable communities. I'm sorry for my English, but I think it's no problem.
Very good. No, thanks a lot for your remarks and for highlighting the challenges, but I think also the success stories, like in Kharkiv, that I think a few of us thought this could be done. So I think it's also very powerful to have the success stories. If I can go quickly through the other panelists, maybe starting with Ádám. Ádám, how do you see decentralization for the work you do at the energy community? Is that something you can empower? Is that a difficulty to deal, for example, with more counterparts than one? How do you deal with that?
Thank you, Giuseppe. So decentralization, in our understanding, means two things. So decentralization of installed capacities to be more widespread, but it also means decentralization of project owners, so that we would indeed talk about more actors who are there. And if you have more actors who are playing on the field and want to invest and carry out projects which are renewable, intermittent, wind power, flexibility projects, then what remains as the guiding principle is the legislation and the regulation. So in that sense, that is then the key factor for de-risking the investment, because that legislative and regulatory framework will ensure that the cash flow is there, that it can return, that IRR, expected IRR is there, that the investor can pay back the loan for IFIs or to commercial banks. So in that sense, the legislative and regulatory basis for the reconstruction is key, where we think we are bringing something important to the table, of course based on the treaty, but based on our cooperation with IFIs, with the European Commission, and based on the fund as well. So, and of course the grid, the TSO, the large central thermal power plants are all kind of centralized, and it cannot work without them and without support for those entities if there are damages, because the core, the base load of the generation has to be there. At the same time, what we can also see is that the demands, the needs are higher than the public funding available from international donors on one-on-one basis to carry out the repairs is higher. So the needs are higher than the available international public funds, and that needs some kind of multiplicator impact. And through the process, what is the European Union is implementing, that is of course there, and through IFIs, that is of course there. Where we can also play a role is that earmarked donations for such projects through the fund, we can work together with the IFIs, we can provide a grant component for specific projects which sweetens the deal, which renders the project bankable for the project investor as well, because of course then there is private money which is coming in, there is a loan component from EBRD, EIB, World Bank, IFC, etc. And if the risk profile of the project is not enough yet to make it bankable, financially viable, then a grant component from the public funds which are available through the fund, that can be the ultimate step to render the project viable, and thus be the multiplicator for bringing in 1 to 10, 1 to 5 impact on the field. So that would be the quick reaction on that. And happy to continue discussion after with colleagues as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ádám. I see that Oleksiy may like to comment on the investment, but before we do that, I wanted to quickly go through Marco and hear from the technical side. You know, when we speak about decentralization, where do you see, let's say, the obvious opportunities, and where you think, you know, is less obvious that, you know, shift maybe to decentralization is advisable at this stage?
Thank you, Giuseppe. I will, I think, rely on the experience that we have had so far with Ukrainian industrial companies. But now, decentralization certainly will mean increasing complexity for the reasons that Ádám mentioned, that are probably even the less predictable one. I think at the end, the technical or physical implications might be more predictable than an increasing number of actors, institutions and players. So I would fully agree with Ádám that legislation, regulation to provide certainty to investors is the first step. We have seen over the last 2 years industrial companies, as I mentioned earlier, investing in renewable energy. Probably not at the scale that could be controlled or used by transmission system operator in the next few years. But I think that with a medium and long-term perspective, they could contribute to the decentralization effort that is currently an emergency. I would also say that from UNIDO perspective, we see decentralization of power generation also as contributing to the overall increase of grid flexibility. And Ádám again mentioned it before, and maybe also Charles. But from that perspective, I think that industries are offering also important opportunities for demand response or other measures that could help with the overall task of balancing the system, where also more decentralized renewable will be in place. And maybe last comment regarding a couple of industry-driven projects that we supported. Indeed, the profitability of these projects was lower than what it could be if the right regulation was in place for them to make the most of the revenues from energy generation. And in one case, it was even a waste heat recovery project that could have provided energy to another enterprises, but current regulation, for instance, does not allow certain type of synergies. I stop here.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I'm conscious we're running a bit out of time, but I would like to turn to Oleksiy for his views. What
Yes.
we heard, and the decentralization. Is it like an opportunity to have more projects to finance, or is it a challenge because it's more difficult to achieve scale for investments?
Yeah, thank you, Giuseppe, and I will be very short. The investments should be commercially viable, so any investor would like to have the money back after some time, the money repaired with some markup, and otherwise we would never mobilize private capital into Ukrainian energy sector, and. The economic theory would say probably that centralized energy generation and centralized energy distribution is more economically viable, is more commercially viable in the long run. But the war, and we have completely different situation because of the security, and we are forced to decentralize. And this is kind of the imperative of the time. And I would say, as an investor, this is not for us to decide whether it will be centralized or decentralized. But at the same time, we are, of course, assessing what are the prospects of having the money back, because we also need, on top of DFI money, IFI money, public money, we need to mobilize private money. And while the discussion continues, we keep on our renewable assets running. We are looking at new investment opportunities in renewables, and in the meanwhile, we are trying to contribute to the real decentralization on the ground, supporting financially rooftop solar plants, solutions on the roofs of the companies, of our portfolio companies, and we have assets in agriculture, in some general manufacturing. So we are encouraging our companies and supporting them in making those rooftop solar installations. One of our agricultural portfolio company has recently installed gas piston power generator, which is for almost 5 megawatts, and this is what they need for processing of agricultural products. So this is our contribution without too much of the philosophical and conceptual resolution of the dilemma. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oleksiy, for these practical views as well. I know we're past time, so I don't know if there is any burning question from the room. If not, I think then we can, wrap up. Thanks a lot for a very interesting discussion. I think we can continue in the next panels about these topics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the speakers of this panel. And now we have one little but very important address, and then we can proceed to the coffee break. So I want to introduce you to Yuri Kubrushko, who is the board member of our association, but also the co-founder of Leleka Foundation, is the supported charity of the event. Leleka Foundation is a remarkable organization that is doing really amazing things with saving lives in Ukraine, and I really want you to know more about it, and Yuri will help you with that.
Thank you very much. And of course, thank you to organizers, to my colleagues at the EUEA for giving a floor for brief presentation of what we are doing. Our mission has been for 10 years, just very, let's say, simple and straightforward. We are helping Ukrainian medics, basically the medics which are working in the frontline areas and providing, the first critical aid during the first minutes or hours after injury. It concerns both soldiers, defenders of Ukraine, but also civilians, because in most cases in the frontline areas there are simply no civil medics, and military medics are the only ones who can be available and save lives. Unfortunately, for just saving lives, training is not enough. Medics need a huge amount of highly specialized equipment, medical supplies. They need evacuation cars to take wounded people from the field to field hospitals or to other hospitals, and that's why for that, they need a lot of special, let's say, stuff, which available in most cases in Europe, in US, worldwide, but not easily available in Ukraine. In general, just to be brief overview, frontline medics in Ukrainian reality, first of all, are former medical professionals. So these are former doctors, nurses, surgeons, but in some cases can be, let's say, basically anybody who knows how to provide basic medical support and first aid. We have many veterinarians who are also combat medics right now. Then, because unfortunately, we really have, as you know, very significant military operations, and lots of presence on field is required. That's why many medics are just not medical professionals by their education. They are just, soldiers who passed basic, CLS, CMC trainings, which are usually like 1 month and above, if time permits. Most of them, vast majority, 95+% of medics who are currently serving on the front lines and helping people, they don't have any former military background. They are just, people who were mobilized, to the army during last, 2.5 years, who had, experience, who got training. And many of them are also females. So let's say, actually, practically, there are people from all types of backgrounds, all types of, let's say, personal situations. And unfortunately, they've been spending, most of them, quite significant time on site in very hard field conditions, which of course, has dramatic impact on, let's say, their psychological and, physical health, and, they are practically continuing to work on daily basis in such a harsh environment. This is briefly explanation of what is needed. There are, as I mentioned, there are medical supplies. Many of them are single-use items. That's why there is a need, basically, not just to provide something one time to medic, but also to keep doing that on weekly or monthly basis for them to replenish, the stock. Medical evacuation vehicles are key, especially not just traditional, let's say, European ambulances, which you can see in the cities, because such cars simply will not make it to the front lines and back, because there are no roads, because these are really hard field conditions. That's why for that we are buying just, really real four-wheel drives, pickups, Jeeps, especially, big, large Toyotas like Land Cruisers, and UNIDO type of Toyotas, because they're really the ones who can make it to the front line to make evacuation fast and efficient to nearest field hospital. Also now, starting beginning of this year, it's key to have anti-drone electronic systems, because drones are common reality right now everywhere along the front line. So if you just send car to, let's say, 10-kilometer zone near the front line, there is more than 50% chance that it will be hit by drone and will never come back. That's why right now we are buying these anti-drone systems for all cars which we transferred before. For new cars, is a must, but also we are trying just basically to give it for every medic, because if there is medic, he has somewhere some small field point. Either it's his car or her car, or it's a point where soldiers bring wounded people to provide the first aid. So without anti-drone system, this location will be very easily spotted by drones and will become the primary target. Because unfortunately, our medical evacuation cars, and medics are primary target for Russian attacks and drones. The government, speaking frankly, hasn't been doing very good work, but I can hardly blame them for that, because the needs are so huge that even if they do it in an efficient way, we will still have huge needs. Also, I should say that unfortunately, the focus from Ukrainian government and focus from other governments so far has been a lot on discussions around weapons and military aid, and somehow, this area in between, was lost for the last 2.5 years. So, if you talk about just pure civilian medical support, there are lots of foreign charities, international organizations who are supporting Ministry of Health and helping just, normal civilian hospitals across Ukraine. If you talk about military stream, you know very well, how it works, all discussions about ATACMS and Patriots and F-16 and everything. But, medicine, military medicine, combat medicine, emergency medicine is too military for civilian organizations, and it's too medical for military discussions. So it's always being, somehow lost in the process, unfortunately. That's why still, even now, most of support to medics comes from charities like ours. There are several international, let's say usually US, Ukrainian charities which take care of that, but unfortunately our resources are also limited. Just, very briefly about us, we have 10 years of experience. We have about 20 people, 12 in Ukraine, 5 in US, 3 in Europe. We have been doing that, as volunteers since early days of 2014. Basically, we started back in March, April 2014, when there were, basically first clashes with Russian army in Donetsk and Lugansk areas. During these years, we really built, efficient supply chain, because all of us, by former background, we are IT specialists, financing, consulting specialists. So, we built the scheme which actually allows to deliver everything which is purchased in 2-3 weeks, from the moment when we get donation to the account in US to the moment when medic gets aid in the front line, basically. So, we have online application system. Medics, basically from the front line, using Starlinks, they just get to basically Google form, using their mobiles. They fill what they need. We see it in online database. We contact them. We conduct online interviews with them to better understand their qualifications, to better understand their needs. And then immediately we process, their requests. Our wholesale shipments are shipped to our office in Ukraine, and then our team on the ground, they basically prepare individual shipments, packages for each medic to deliver to the front line, which is also handled in a very efficient way because we have Nova Poshta. So basically, with Nova Poshta, Ukrainian postal operator, it just takes 2 days to deliver everything from Kyiv to the nearest point, and from there, whenever a medic has time, she or he just, they just drive to pick up, the shipment. So it works in a very efficient way. This is briefly what we delivered since beginning of the invasion. The total worth of all this stuff, which has with strange names, it was about $10 million. It's what we processed in the nations and delivered as aid for 2.5 years. But I think the most important figure which I can give here is that using, let's say, based on very conservative estimates from our discussions with medics, the things which we transferred allowed to provide, the first emergency aid to more than 50,000 people, which gives you some idea about, the scale of military operations that we currently witness. Because, again, as I mentioned, we are not the only ones. There is still, some support from the state. There is support from our other colleagues.
I will just, very briefly just show you, this is on the photo, this is, the content just of one medic backpack, which we provide. And during previous slide, I mentioned that we delivered already more than 10,000 such backpacks. So basically, every medic needs backpack, and then she or he needs consumables to be replenished on a regular basis. But this basic content usually is enough just to provide aid to at least 10 people. And this is explanation about what we really need. So every month, depending on availability of financing, we pack and deliver between 300 and 400 backpacks. Right now, we have about more than 1,000 medics in waiting line who are waiting for help. Unfortunately, we don't have resources, basically donations, to buy and ship things to them. One fully equipped medic backpack costs between $1,000 and $2,000. It depends really on tasks of the medic, his or her role in providing the aid, prior experience, prior education and training. So we decided, because this stuff is really expensive, we decide on case-by-case basis. That's why we have interviews, to make sure that whatever medic asks corresponds to needs and corresponds to level of training. So, it kind of gives you the idea about size of our operations and our needs. And here it's just, a QR code and some details how you can help. So if you have any questions, just please come to me after, this speech, and I will be glad to share more information. And if anybody is willing to help in any way, let's say, we would strongly encourage and appreciate. We are, let's say, we have some corporate donors. Some companies come and support us on regular basis. And here, first of all, huge thanks to many of my colleagues at EUEA, to IC, to Skatek, to Adrian Foucher, who is here, and his company. They are doing this on a regular basis from first days of the invasion, some of them even before that. But in general, we are mass supported organization, crowd-funded most of the time. So every 10 euro, they would definitely help and be much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yura. Thank you for all of your work. And now we have a coffee break. We will get back to the parallel sessions at 11:50. So please be in the rooms. In this room, we will have the reconstruction panels, and the renewables panels will be happening in the room 2 across the hall. So please enjoy the coffee break.
turned on. Oh, sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would be ready to start when you can make yourselves comfortable. And maybe we can close the door already. So, anyone else here?
I'm going to the other one, sorry.
Yes. Як вона закривається?
Я последняя. Я последняя.
So, I think we're ready. So, Ima, Andreas, I would kindly invite you already over here. We should have Yulia Shevchuk online already with us. So, good morning, afternoon, wherever it is at the moment. Also to everyone who's here in the room with us today and those people who are watching us online. My name is Olena Rybak. I'm the Managing Director of EC Consulenten in Ukraine and the Vice Chair of the Board of the European-Ukrainian Energy Agency. And I'm super pleased to welcome you on our 15th Energy Day and the panel on reconstruction and energy efficiency. On this first panel, we will be talking about practical implementation experience of reconstruction projects. We will be touching on case studies of how to reconstruct sustainable, efficient, build back better and faster, and how do we bring in new examples and new technologies, for example, like renewable energy technologies into more classical reconstruction projects. So renewables panel is in the other room, but they're talking about generation, and we're here talking about reconstruction. And as a person who works for the company that implements on the ground many of the reconstruction projects, I'm extremely pleased that I have here today with me 3 people with, I don't know, probably 60 years accumulated experience of implementing. Well, I roughly add 20 years per person for each one of our 3 speakers. And we have here with us Yulia Shevchuk from NEFCO. And I can see her on this screen, but maybe we can also see her on the big screen, so it's more. Hi, Yulia. Welcome online. Pity you couldn't join offline. With us is also Ima Hrenova-Shimkina from GSZ, the organization that implements also enormous amount of activities that I'm also looking forward to hear more about, and Andreas Helbel from Test Clean Energy Solutions, also working on the Ukrainian and international markets in the engineering sectors. And I would like to suggest that we build our panel, not in a, let's say, discussion way like we have been used to over the years. In principle, I think there is a lot of experience and a lot of thoughts and a lot of case studies that I would like to give each of our speakers 15, 17, up to 20 minutes to present and discuss, and then we will have answers for a Q&A session, and we can then further engage into a little bit of further discussion. So, yes, with this, I would like to invite Yulia Shevchuk. The floor is yours. You will be the first presenting here with us, and we're looking forward to hear about your experience in the reconstruction sector in Ukraine.
Thank you, Olena. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you, the EUEA and Olena personally, for encouragement and pushing the reforms all along, because the Energy Day clearly has its signature promoting and driving forward the essential reforms. So I'm very pleased to participate in the event. Unfortunately, I could not be present physically, but hope it will work online in the same manner. So first of all, I would like to start with one example which we recently faced at NEFCO that demonstrate how reliable and committed our municipal partners are. So one of our partner city located in the eastern Ukraine, where we worked a lot before the war, unfortunately now faces complete destruction and occupation. but the city has managed successfully repaid our loan fully just before the tragic events, just before the occupation. So this commitment clearly shows the high priority that our communities place on their responsibilities to international organizations. And now 80,000 people from these cities are IDPs trying to find some accommodation in Ukraine and abroad. And the mayor of the city is very active and committed to future recovery of the city, which he strongly believes happened after deoccupation. So we are considering a project proposal from this city for accommodation of its residents in another community. So it is a very good example of intermunicipal cooperation in this way. Next slide, please. I built my presentation around one message, basically, that rebuilding of Ukraine is impossible without the integrated approach. In my presentation, you can see some recent pictures from our projects. The first slide is related to what is possible to achieve during the wartime based on NEFCO example. We are managing the program called Critical Infrastructure Recovery in Ukraine, funded by the EU with a budget of 46 million euro in investment grants. In this program, we are working with 12 local communities located in Kyiv region. There are quite small communities, destroyed communities, so they have a lot of challenges. And the projects are related to district heating, water and wastewater. And we have quite a good result for these circumstances, I think, because in July 2023, all grants agreements have been signed, while in July 2024, we already have 45 tenders conducted, 33 projects ongoing, and 6 projects completed. So I think it is a big thank to the whole team of NEFCO and consultant, and of course the local communities working on this program. Next slide, please. So another program which we are working on is called Housing for IDPs, also funded by the EU with 100 million euro grant. And NEFCO is a program manager. We set quite ambitious goal in this program to provide new housing for 4,000 IDPs and renovate public buildings for 5,000 IDPs. 11 cities has been selected in 9 regions located in western and central Ukraine. And we have quite good achievement for Lviv city, which is our flagship city. The contract with the contractor has been signed in November 2023, and quite soon, in December 2024, the first building is expected to be ready. Next slide, please. I would like to provide some examples and some proposals because we are requested to provide practical proposals in this event, how it is possible to achieve some results, good results during the wartime. I think that 4 key areas for reconstruction projects are very important, and all of them are related to crisis management, because this is the wartime. The first one is flexibility, but flexibility should go together with transparency, despite of any urgency due to the higher risks. Then simplicity, new operation models, and innovative solutions. And I will make for you some examples how we at NEFCO developed such approaches. Next slide, please. So the first example which we are facing right now with the city located near the border with Russia. We are developing quite technologically complicated projects in the wastewater treatment plant. And to be honest, there are more challenges in these projects which we ever had. It is impossible to forecast a number of population for proper sizing of the plant. The city is bordering with Russia. We don't know if population will be willing to return to this city. And the first procurement has been conducted and shown that none of the Ukrainian contractors have such experience. And we know from our previous extenders that there are only around 5 contractors from the Ukraine who can make such comprehensive reconstruction. So what to do? And it is unlikely that foreign companies will come because the city and respectively the projects are located quite close to the border with Russia, and the project is a bit small for them to enter this market. So we decided to switch to the pessimistic scenario quite quickly. That is to reduce the plant capacity of the plant to the most realistic scenario and to use extensive NEFCO database of contractors and invite each of them directly to participate in the procurement. And this stage is ongoing now. The next slide, please. Another example of flexibility during the wartime. As I mentioned, we have the program called IDP housing for construction of new building. And during the preparatory stage, we received around 300 expression of interest from different companies in Ukraine. But unfortunately, only up to five of them can fulfill turnover requirements, because we know that due to the war, financial conditions of the companies is deteriorating in Ukraine. So we were thinking what to do and come up with some solutions. We reduced turnover requirement for the companies quite substantially, but you know it's a risk to receive weak contractors. And we also allowed for a possibility to work without advance payment and performance band guarantees, which are quite expensive in Ukraine now. But we propose some mitigation measures to mitigate the risk. More frequent and vigilant monitoring of the contractor by the consultant. We allow it to have smaller payments without the band guarantee. That is smaller risk, means smaller risk. And also, we allow it to use retention instead of the bank performance guarantee. That is retention from each payment. Of course, it takes more time for all sides, for NEFCO, city, consultant, but all our objects are under construction now, which we think quite a good result for this program. Next slide, please. Here I would like to mention another example with controlling authorities in Ukraine. I think it is one of the favorite for me and maybe Olena Rybak as well. Also, IDP housing program. The donor EU would like to construct housing with the EU quality. It means to provide decent and dignified living conditions for IDPs. It means actually more expensive housing, but also there could be savings for maintenance cost for such buildings in the future and other benefits. When this program was announced and the projects were registered, all 6 cities of the component 1 received letters from the state authority with reference to possible criminal cases, mentioning that such housing is more expensive and residential building shall be built according to the most common project in the region, with the use of traditional building materials, equipment of domestic production, and in compliance with state building regulation. And the first question which we have, do they really want any progress in Ukraine? So our cities provided good answers, well justified, and in addition, we reminded the authorities that European Council granted Ukraine candidate country status because Ukraine expressed a strong desire to link the reconstruction with reforms. And in this process, Ukraine state authorities are also expected to play a key role and support these reforms. Next slide, please. So another example is near zero energy building. We are developing this project now in Kiev region. Grant of Finland is supposed to be used for the construction of new near zero school to replace destroyed school during the occupation of Kiev region. And we have learned that school design is very regulated in Ukraine, including very large spaces. So it is anticipated that the school will have very big sport hall, active zal, and even office of the director can be quite big. But in order to achieve near zero targets, space is really very important. And it is anticipated that in our school, local normative requirements will not be fully met, as the concept of building is intentionally designed highly efficient in use of space. And we propose in our concept to use multifunctional rooms, movable division of walls in classrooms. So the school will be used just for the school and not for extra spaces. In addition, there will be high thermal insulation of walls, geothermal heating, heat recovery, and solar panels. And we understood that we could not put into operation such schools according to Ukrainian norms because we have a lot of discussion with the state expertise, for example. And so we are going to apply for a pilot status for such school in order to put into operation in Ukraine. But the procedures can be quite lengthy for obtaining of such status, but we hope that we will manage and this school will be constructed in the nearest future. You can see some picture from the similar school constructed in Kherson region called Green School with Finland grant as well, which was unfortunately destroyed by Russia quite recently. But this is Nefko's project, which was quite successful. Next slide, please. So here I would like to mention more concrete and practical proposals which we developed based on our projects in Ukraine. The first one that IFI and the client can share responsibility for technical due diligence together. So I will explain what I mean here. For example, feasibility study, which is required mainly by an IFI, can be reduced because in the scope. Because it can take around up to 1 year to develop this feasibility study, and then another phase devoted to development of project design documentation, which can take also around 6 months, half a year. But we think and we use this approach for some kind of projects, for example, in public buildings, that feasibility study can be in some cases limited to the selection of technical solution and provide for concept design, which can be used further by the client. Mitigation measure for maintaining of a good project quality is to put more technical assistance resources to support of the client during design phase. We are using this approach in IDP housing program, for example. And also, there should be some actions from the state expertise. They are requested to rely more on technical due diligence performed with the technical assistance funds, at least partially, and not to kill innovations from the beginning, because we have a lot of discussions with state expertise. And here, I think it is very important capacity building program by donors for project design organization and state expertise, because in some cases it seems that progress is a little bit far from these organizations, and it's a lot of discussions and discrepancies with them. Next slide, please. Here I would like to tell you about application of design and build approach in the projects. It means that the contractor is responsible for design. In some cases, it can save time. And in Ukraine, this model is developing now, so cities are already aware of it, but still traditional way is more preferable when design is developed before the project implementation, and then procurement should be conducted. So as I said, that in some cases it can save time, especially when there are lack of project design organizations available in some region, in for example, in the military affected areas. But so the project developers should be ready for deviations in the budgets and solutions later. This is because the objects are often in a very bad shape due to underinvestment for decades. So when contractor comes, the real object situation can be different, and we have to make a lot of addendums, deviations, and so on. Another proposal is apply the same procurement rules for both international and local contributions in the projects. As an example, I can mention our IDP housing projects where we used NEFCO's procurement rules for building construction and also for bombing shelter in one batch. It is possible and tested approach. And one more proposal is that the consultant can act as an intermediary agent. So this is very good for really weak municipalities, destroyed, and villages, small ones. It means that the consultant can take over partially function of the client. It means to prepare tender documentation, evaluation reports, and other important documentation instead of the client. Of course, the client should approve this documentation, but it can facilitate the project development significantly. So this advice is more suitable for fast-track projects, for example, with buildings, water, heating. Of course, all problems could not be solved in this way, but this is, in our opinion, quite a good approach and well-tested approach already in Ukraine. Next slide, please. So I would like to thank you for your attention, and we are very happy that our projects can pave the way for decades of recovery, because communities are growing together with us. They are more aware of international procurement rules, for example. And I would like to express great respect to our communities that are really reliable partners and very stress resistant. I think the cities are the best places to deliver and change the national level. Thank you for your attention, and I will be available for any questions.
Thank you, Julia. Of course, it just looks like 15 slides or so, but of course, these 15 slides are coming out of quite a few years of not so easy processes and experiences that has been made. May I ask you a quick question? How is now the level of requests and demand from the cities to NEFCO, and did it change compared to before the full-scale invasion and now? Do you get much more requests, or how are the cities needs at the moment?
Yes, we receive much more requests now. Actually, I think that we receive 1-2 requests per week from municipalities. And maybe it's a bit funny because some of them just say, we would like to send application for money to NEFCO, like they are approaching state treasury. So we are explaining them that we are working in a little bit different way. And if the programs and funding will be available, we can consider their application.
Thank you. So I'm sure there will be more questions in the room, but I would like to proceed meanwhile to our next speaker, Ima. GIZ has been also extremely active, not only during 2.5 years, but what are your key areas of activity at the moment?
No, thank you very much. First, happy to see all of you. Thank you for invitation. Thank you for Olena and your team for this excellent work. 15 years already, we have a possibility to meet each other and this in different areas, but with the circle of the best people who is caring about energy efficiency, energy, now reconstruction of Ukraine. And I would like to present a little bit what happens in GIZ right now in Ukraine, because we are tremendously working. Now GIZ Ukraine is 560 people, and it's more than 1 billion euro financing for GIZ Ukraine. It's a decentralization, it's a different kind of reform, it's a support of resilience, support of reconstruction. And our cluster energy and climate consists now 13th project and 125 million euro, 137 people who is working to deliver. And we receive, it's without additional money what we receive for winterization. So what I would like to say, Ukraine is not alone. We can see how much support we're receiving from different countries, thanks to European Union, now NEFCA, now German government, and we are also supported by Swiss government. This is why you see these 3 flags, German, Ukrainian, and Swiss. And then a lot of there are 2 challenges what we can see in Ukraine. Yes, this is reconstruction, rebuild, better, forward, faster, but also the EU accession. And this is what we are doing in our energy and climate cluster. We are concentrating our activities for these 2 main directions. And then now our climate portfolio is also growing a lot. And we have a lot of support, not just from the ministry, what's called BMZ, you heard many times about that, but also about other ministers. It's more than 5 ministers from Germany who is really using their capacity to support us. And now I would like to tell you more about the project promotion of energy efficiency and implementation of EU directives. It was a classical GIZ project, a little bit bigger than usual. It's 4 components, and this project starts before the war, and then before the invasion. And the main idea was to train our authorities and business and municipalities and education institution to be ready for the EU accession. And now, unfortunately, we forced this problem with the war, and then we change a little bit our dimensions based on this 2 directions, what I said before. So we are still working on the classical approach to help EU accession. Plus, we add some activities to help Ukraine for the recovery. And you can see these 4 components. What we have, because it's really important, everything what Yulia said, it's really touching my heart, because when we are implementing the project, we see all these issues 10, 15 years, 20 years in Ukraine. And it's a repetition of the problem. And then when we create the new projects, and you know that I'm 16 years in GIZ already, so this is a new project in 2020, but it's also old project in Ukraine because we are doing the same. And then this unique combination of reforms, municipality, education, and business, it comes based on the problem what we see all the time. We need to have educated people. We need to have designers, and then now we have less than even before. And it was a lot of technical assistant capacity, and then a lot of programs what we approach in Ukraine to fulfill this gap, because we really need to have a new army of the people who know how to reconstruct, how to deal with buildings, with project documentation, with energy management on the city level. We need people who can work in the ministry, who can create and develop new legislation for us. And also the companies, I will talk about it a little bit later. So we start with 11 million, as you see, and now the budget about 30 million. And this is what I said about our approach, because we would like to complement together reconstruction and EU accession. A few words what we are doing for legislation. It's energy, we call it boost energy efficient legislation. It's a reform. First, we support to develop energy efficiency law, everything what is around. But when war starts, we first few days of the war, I received a lot of calls from the deputy minister in Ukraine, and they said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Moving myself from Kyiv somewhere." And they said, "No, you should work. You should work. Go to the Germans and tell them, we need new legislation. We need new legislation because we have construction debris. And we need to solve this issue." We have a lot of stuff like that. And it was a big stimulation for me to continue, to force my German colleagues to help Ukraine, because institution stays. This was the most important part. Our ministries, our municipal governments, our universities, doctors, everyone stays and work. And this is why all Europe and other countries quickly support us, because we stay. And then we have a possibility to develop a lot of different kind of legislation for energy efficiency procurement, for thermomodernization strategy. It's a part of EU accession. And then continue with national database. Again and again, work with certification, with energy management in buildings. It's a part of our classical work. And also, unfortunately, we need to develop new legislation. Construction of temporary housing, because everyone said, we have a lot of IDPs, let's do something for them. And the Germans provide money. But how to spend this money? How to deal with local authorities? And we immediately start to develop this construction of temporary housing for people. Mechanism of application of national construction standards and construction products. We need to change it because of that. Also, a lot of you can see it with this. I'm sure you will disseminate it in the future. Then we need to have absolutely new kind of legislation because of the war. And everyone is talking, let's make a project, let's build something. And I also, 15 years ago, was on this crowd. But now I understand that we really need to spend the time and attention to work with the proper legislation. And then we also did a lot of different kind of pilot project with the national institution. And now here you can see in the photo, it's a former building of Minregion, and we did also solar panels on the Ministry of Finance. And everyone is joking. They said that this is most rich ministry in Kiev, what you would like to say? You would like to bribe them with your solar panels? I said, no, I just would like to show them that energy efficiencies exist. And then with the practical example, you can see the savings. And now they really turn to us, and they understand the statistics, the finance, the figures. And then also, I remember the time when it was a lot of requests when our governmental institution need equipment, and we also bought a lot of equipment for the Reconstruction agency, what was developed first days of the war, also for the ministry, because they need to work everywhere. Now situation is a little bit better. And then you see it's already short slide of different legislation what was developed. And this is really important. Now we are going to the second component, what you like to hear and see, is energy efficiency municipalities. Also, you know, it was our classical work to support energy management. What is unique here, this is that we have Swiss money. And I would like to say that Swiss government also did a lot. They first reacted for our request to change a little bit the offer and what we are doing. And they first, before even Germans, they said, okay, you can use money not just for the pilot project of energy efficiency, but also for reconstruction. This helped a lot because we cannot move by ideas. We need to have all this bureaucratic stuff, and then Swiss bureaucratic, German bureaucratic, Ukrainian bureaucratic, and then to be flexible, as Yulia said, it's impossible to be flexible. You can just inspire them somehow to change their rules, but it's not so easy. And then we also developed the model then to provide direct grants to the municipalities. And then it was a few calls for the grants, 25 grants was disseminated. And we understand that with our 40, you can see, I will show you the map now first, and after that we will go back. You can see our cities, who is doing municipal energy management, who is doing municipal energy plan, with whom we are doing this demonstration project. And what first wave, 15 projects, second wave, 10 projects, and after that the wave stops, because we see that the municipalities, they really lose their capacity. They cannot propose proper projects to finance. We have money, we have municipalities, we have memorandums, we are ready to work together, but who will do it? And we found also the instrument to provide grant for the consultants, for the NGO. We never worked like that before, but also found this flexible way to support small municipalities who cannot manage the project themselves. And this is why I all the time telling about the army of the professionals, because this is I'm happy that we start before the war this work, and then we promote through the youth that if they are going to work on the district heating company or they are going to the colleges, and they can have a good career, because everyone is talking we are IT country, we are agrarian country, but we are really country of recovery, and for recovery we need hands. And this is why we have this component. You can see a lot of different information about municipalities, and this is one more example for the municipal part. This is in this picture you can see maternity house in Chernihiv. This project was implemented before the war, 5 years before the war. And then when Chernihiv was in the sewage, this building started to be like a bastion. People live there, and because they have the shelter in the first basement. And then more than 140 kids was delivered in this. And then when we in 2003, we managed to go there with our country director to show how they recover and reconstruct this building. And I just opened my mouth to ask, did you follow our energy efficiency advice the next time? Or just put the energy manager, before even my question, he started to say how they create new possibility to fulfill these holes, you know, with insulation materials and how much challenges they have. And that this guy who is staying near me, this Roman, he is the energy manager on Chernihiv. We are so proud that we are together more than 10 years, and then we see how capacity developing on the city level. And this is also make me proud. This is energy management on the city level really working, and they really push even national level to proceed. And what is more important, to have more and more this kind of people for us. So we are doing a lot of different activities with educational institutions. We created also 3 energy innovation hub, and now it's for this period of time it's 7 additional university who is applied to work with us. And there was a lot of interest from the university and from the colleges. Before we have 500 VAT schools, and now it's 70 already. And we also did interesting project. For sure, it's a lot of curricula, a lot of training courses, what we are doing together. And last year, we have additional money and provide the grant for the VAT schools. Then we buy materials, and the kids themselves, the young students in VAT schools, they repair their schools. In Sumy, in Kherson, what to do? Why we should pay if it's this enough skills? And they're trying, and they did. It was a super good project. We even continued that. Ukraine again showed their resilience from the kids to the adult person. And this is our map of the VAT institution and energy innovation hubs. You can see it's really a lot of institutions and people who is standing together with us as our new generation. They will sit together soon in this hall, I suppose. And very interesting project. It's not so connected to the municipalities and education. It's support of the companies. And you probably heard we have energy efficiency in companies project before. And now it's a component of this program. And we just received confirmation of this in 2000, of this component is 2022. And what to do, how to increase energy efficiency in municipalities and the companies when war is going on. And then we decided to support and provide direct grants for the companies who is relocating or who was partially damaged. Also, if you are doing some repairment, you will do it in an efficient way. And we really disseminate a lot of grants for the more than 1 million euro, and then also decided to go to the more affected areas, Sumy, Kharkiv, Chernihiv that time. And if you will go to our success stories, we have energy efficiency platform. If you go and check the success stories or our Facebook page, you will see how the business SMEs, they use these small grants what they receive from Germany to repair their company, who start to bake the bread in Chernihiv because it was destroyed partially, this small company. And there's a lot of touch stories what really create our today. What I can say. I'm happy that we have a lot of results, and I'm happy that you're listening it so quietly. I'm open to the questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ima. This is, of course, incredible list of all the things that had to be done and are being done. Thank you very much for all the effort. I know you since many years are very actively engaged in the sector. I would like to proceed then maybe with Andreas before we then hit the Q&A session. And Andy, the floor is yours. There is, and the clicker. It's on.
Okay, so a lot was said already, and there is not much more to add in principle. We are who we are. We are a company that is since many years working in Ukraine, not only in Ukraine. We are in principle worldwide engineers and consultants. And we, as Julia said, we are this hub in between of financing big institutions and organizations active in Ukraine and the municipalities. So we are that ones that are trying to, how to say, to bring all these entities together and come then to technical results. We are an Austrian-based company and a Ukrainian-based company. This is EC Konsulenten and CES, and we are jointly working now since 2013, actively in Ukraine since 2006, and the main areas we're working in is energy efficiency, renewable energies, and infrastructure. So the slides that I'm presenting here are a little bit summarizing what we are actively doing at the moment, so to give also the impression that a lot is going on, and I'm very happy that we had now 2 speeches of, how to say, demonstrating the progress that is happening during war times in Ukraine, because I think this is not enough demonstrated, this is not enough published, that there is a lot going on, and reconstruction is already taking place now. And of course, we are all talking about the billions, as we heard in these first panels, that are going to come and that are already parked and that are going to be invested. What else we heard here in this session now, and also in previous sessions, is the big question: how can we disperse and implement all this money that is somewhere parked if there are no resources, capacities, educated capacities available, no municipalities available that can implement or request this money from the donors. So billions are fine, but somebody has to implement the billions, and this is the big challenge that we are facing. But coming to the point of building back faster or building back better, or both, we have seen, and the examples that Julia and also Ima were presenting are very impressive. So it can be both, and it can already be now. And this is based on these projects that I'm presenting here. This is what we did in the past already, and what we are nowadays doing. So we are in energy audits. We have approximately 30 cities that we have worked in different areas, building infrastructure and so on. We have started with green building certification, which we think that is a cornerstone in building back better, and not necessarily takes longer if it is properly prepared from the early beginning and requested. We, in our projects, we in principle try to apply methods for reconstruction, methods in design that are following modern principles. We are trying to go in energy modeling, we are trying to go to develop BIM models and IFC models, so that they are available also for future and for maintenance and for serving as an example here on the market. There is the environmental and social impact assessment part and the pollutants part. Yeah, this is a very important one. Yeah? So building back faster does not mean that we can allow that we are contaminating the country with, for example, asbestos. Yeah? I think we have to set right measures at the early time. We have to identify these topics, and then we can also properly implement here. We have in the transport infrastructure 10 plus projects in roads and bridges, and buildings and industry in energy efficiency and reconstructions, approximately 80 projects. Then, one of the projects that Julia also was mentioning is the reconstruction of critical infrastructure. This is one of the example projects where we can see that reconstructing fast can only work if you have a, let's say, financing institution. In this case, it's EU money that is coming, but managed by NEFCO, where NEFCO is providing all the flexibility in all their procurement procedures, in extreme on-the-ground support with their engineers, with their technicians in preparing the projects. And we can support, and we can also, they are taking communication with the municipalities, and we are from the technical point of view supporting, and in the management supporting, and bringing also these tender documents, the evaluation reports, and these topics on the ground. And in addition, of course, we are then supervising the projects so that the implementation is also aligned with the quality requirements that is requested by the international financing institutions. The result is impressive. I think this is a unique project. And since 2006, I never have faced a project where within more or less 1 year we have managed, as Julia already presented, to set out almost all tender documents for all projects. So we have 33 running projects already implemented, from scoping up until contract award within 1 year. And this in all areas, in 12 cities, and in parallel, district heating, boiler houses, water networks, wastewater treatment plants, water treatment plants, so all infrastructure areas that we can think of. And this is a speed which is only possible if you have, of course, the financial resources available, and if you have a municipality that is willing to cooperate, strongly cooperate, and if you have a donor or an implementing organization that can provide all the flexibility that is necessary. And I have to say, not all the IFIs and not all the implementing agencies are so on the ground like NEFCO or GSZ, because they are fulfilling another purpose. Yeah? They are banks, and they are acting like banks. If you have a payer or a project executing agency that is on the ground with engineers and with the staff, it works much better. And in these times, specifically, very important. The other project that Julia was also mentioning is the housing for IDPs. It's a similar concept. We have new constructions, and we have construction rehabilitation going on there. We have the first project that might be finished soon and can be open soon. All the other projects are well in their time frame. What was very important in this case, and this is a message also to all financing institutions, if you want to build back better, you can steer, or the international financing institutions can steer it through their terms of reference. What is the level of quality that you are expecting? And one of the most easiest mechanisms here is to request a building certification. Building certification is something that is in principle worldwide applied. You have different certification schemes, very sophisticated, with LEED and BREEAM or DGNB, also from Germany, or EUGNI from Austria. But you have also certificates that are only focusing, for example, on energy efficiency and renewable energy. What we did in this specific project, because it was not requested by the terms of reference, we on our own have provided a certification scheme, which is EDGE. EDGE is a well-known internationally known approved certification scheme, to show that in the same time as we are reconstructing or new constructing a building, we can also do an energy efficiency certification, which is a proof to the country, and it's approved to the European Union and approved to all the IFIs, that this project has been implemented better than the national standard. Yeah, and we are talking about 20% better in terms of energy efficiency, 20% better in terms of water consumption. This would be one of the mechanisms that could be applied to build back fast, but still better if you initiate it in the earlier time and you provide financing, of course. Then we are working since many years for the Energy Efficiency Fund, for the reconstruction of residential buildings, where we are acting like a monitoring entity. So we are verifying these investments in terms of documentation from the applicants down to the on-site inspection, if that what was these funds that were requested or the subsidies that were requested from the fund are also implemented. What was very impressive was to see that in, I would say in, Zlatko, maybe you can help, in spring, March, April 2022, IFC became very flexible in changing the program and widening it up to support the municipalities for the reconstruction of IDP housing and also for reconstruction of damaged buildings, so not only the residential sector. And also here, if you have financing institutions that can provide all this flexibility in changing their policies and rules, at the same time, of course, we also became very flexible. We said, okay, we stay within the budget, but we are changing simply our processes, and we can also adapt to the new situation. You can make it happen, and this project is working even during the wartime pretty well. One other project that we are working in is the reconstruction of urgent housing needs in 5 cities in a similar way, also implemented by NEFCO. As we can see, NEFCO is one of these implementing agencies that are very hardly working in Ukraine and on the ground. Sustainable rebuilding concepts. In these early times, of course, there was a need to define what is the future of reconstruction of individual housing, or let's say smaller multifamily houses. So we started in the very beginning also to identify concepts that are financially viable and would provide building better and fast at the early time with standard model concepts that allow easy implementation and maybe also a speed up in the design processes. Green building certification is one topic that is only as a message. We did also in the private sector for the Silpo Group, for their flagship store. Also as a demonstration project, we strongly believe that building certification is one of the core elements in all the reconstruction activities in the building sector and in the new construction activities, to simply make a statement and to follow a construction until the end. The reconstruction of this building did not take longer. It was a standard reconstruction. The only thing what has been applied was in the early phase, in the design phase, to set the right measures to come to a conclusion. And the willingness, of course, of the company to do so. And then I would come up with this building back better, but maybe not faster. These are the new concepts that are on the ground. We heard a lot about renewable energies in the electricity sector, wind parks and PV. There is barely a talk about thermal energy and the support of the district heating networks. Here we are discussing biomass, cogeneration, biomass boilers. Okay, check mark, but there are also other concepts that can be applied. In principle, it's a Danish concept. It's working on large-scale solar heating plants. So it's thermal energy that is generated. Solar energy is a common technology. I think Austria was one of the from the late 70s, one of these countries that have very strongly developed towards thermal solar energy use. And here is a concept that is supported by KfW and by EBRD, the implementation of large-scale solar heating plants in combination with a seasonal storage lake. And this sounds all a little bit weird, yeah, but at the end of the day, it works. It's a Danish concept. In Denmark, they have several plants like this. I would say the Danish climatic conditions are not so favorable for such a plant, but nevertheless, it works. So it should also work in Austria. We have one development in process, feasibility process in the city of Graz. But the first one that is now in implementation is in the Western Balkans, is in Kosovo, in Pristina. The concept is relatively easy. You take solar energy from a thermal solar energy, you store it in a lake, you cover the lake with insulation material, you can generate 95 degrees in this lake, and you take this energy and shift it over to the winter season or the transfer season, yeah? October, November, December, where you can use this energy properly. When we are talking about such concepts, due to the novelty of the concepts, of course, it takes time. You have to convince a municipality, you have to convince the financing institution, you have to convince maybe the government, you have to find ways to maybe also find private investors that are going for ESCO models, which are also not easy to manage in Ukraine at this very moment. But the concept itself serves. And it's a project, as we see here in the timeline, we started in 2018. Finally, 2024, we started beginning this year with the implementation process. Yeah, so 6 years is not fast. But maybe it's better. It's a resilient technology. It's a common technology. There's not one element in this entire system, yeah, which is not known in the world. There is absorption heat pumps typically coming from Japan, China, and different other countries, or the United States. Also Europe are providing absorption heat pumps of larger size. You have solar collector fields, a large number of products available on the market, also in Ukraine. And you have a standard pond, which is earthwork like for a landfill site. So also this is nothing sophisticated, and you have insulation material that is available on the market. What we could achieve with this system, the system is directly integrated into the district heating network. It was constructed and designed to fulfill the requirements for extending the district heating services in a part of the city. We can serve with this plant approximately 20,000 people in Pristina, this extension area. And of course, you need a backup, but typically district heating networks have a certain, let's say, supply of energy. It's not applicable everywhere, we know. So far, we have presented this concept once in a city. The feedback was, this doesn't work. So we will happily further continuing with this project, and we'll finish this project, and then hopefully next year, or maybe in 2 years, I will come up with the first feedback, how it works and how good the system can be integrated. This would be new technologies that for sure take longer, but this is only takes longer not because of technology, not because of physics, in principle not because of design, it's because of the novelty. And here is the message that certain technologies that are outstanding, that are new, and I'm even talking about heat pumps of larger size, we in Europe are not yet ready to implement large-scale heating pumps in our building components in Austria and somewhere else. It needs a lot of active participation of all project participants to make it happen. So it is very difficult also to convince municipalities and to convince residential building homeowner associations to implement new technology, and this takes time. The technology itself is here, but the concept itself is not here yet implemented. in principle, this is the end. Here are some pictures of the pond, how this looks like. Ukraine has a big advantage. It has a lot of space. So typically the municipalities can implement such concepts. And the big advantage in Ukraine is that there is a district heating tradition that is much bigger than we have it in Austria, for example, or in Germany or in other Central European countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Can we please bring back Julia to the screen so we can also see her? Hi, Julia. Here also. Good. Do we have any questions already in the room? Yes, please.
I hope this works.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Rostislav Futalo. I'm chairman of the Supervisory Board of Ukrhydroenergo Bank, Ukrainian State Bank. And question is not about the banking, although I have many. I don't expect a satisfactory answer to this question because it's about the people and human resources in Ukraine now. In this panel, practically every speaker and in previous panel, that was mentioned as a challenge, and it is. So may I hear from your on-ground experience, yeah? What solution, if any, do you see there? Thank you.
Who wants first?
A solution is difficult, and I would like to say that we also, how to say, Ukrainians, we are interesting people. We are finding something bad about us and try to make a big lozung about that. I remember then how this idea that everything is bad with people comes. It was a London Ukraine Recovery Conference, and somebody asked the question, and I said, oh, yes, and with people also bad. And after that, we start to develop it. I would like to say my experience with this education. A lot of people still in Ukraine, a lot of people still working and using all this educational capacity what we have. Kherson's PTU, VIT college moved to Ivano-Frankivsk. They start their educational season. They found their students in Ivano-Frankivsk for Kherson's PTU. Can you imagine? Something is growing there in the country. And if we are together will support all, then I'm sure something will grow.
Thank you. I actually had a similar, if I may extend your question just a bit. So for people is one thing, but if you're looking at projects, and I'm thinking about project cycles since at least 10 years, right? And then there is this preparation phase, there is a funding, there is design, there is construction. There are workers. Do you observe in any of the project, in any of the stages of the project, more human capacity problems in terms of competent capacities compared to other phases, right? Is it more on design or construction, or is it just people in general? Andy, yes? And then Julia, maybe you after.
In principle, the question is, we are all raising this, the fact that we are facing. We see that in construction works, we have calculated recently for our ongoing constructions, we have a dilution of work due to lack of construction workers on site of approximately 30%. So meaning you can be as fast as possible. If there are no construction workers on site, it simply gets diluted, and you have extension of 30% without considering any other problems. Yeah? So what is the solution? Honestly speaking, I do not see a solution. I only can hope that there is that this effort that is given to build up educational programs in Ukraine, vocational schools, and other mechanisms that are within Ukraine, that there is also an initiative to reach out to the international community. And from my opinion, whatever these billions are and whatever these projects are, I don't think that Ukraine can manage on its own. There will be a need for strong capacities also coming from outside. And at the moment, and I have discussed this I think today, who is interested at the moment to go to Ukraine and to work there? We have wind projects where even the supplier that is typically with their own, coming with their own staff for erecting wind parks, are not willed to come with their staff. So there must be mechanisms to also educate national construction companies, smaller scale companies to implement such works. But this is nothing that you are learning within a few months. This takes years of experience. We were talking before about Japan. Yes, Japan is providing now financing. Cool, but where are the Japanese companies that are coming and bringing in the equipment and installing it? So somebody has, there must be mechanisms also to promote certain regions of implementation, for example. I think we had the last time we had a very good presentation where we were showing, okay, what are the affected, war-affected zones and how strongly are they affected in different areas of Ukraine. I personally, if I would not hinder anybody that is willed from our company to go to Western Ukraine and implement the project. I wouldn't have any fear. If you are close there to the let's say to the Polish border, so you have a huge region, or to the Hungarian border, you can leave the country very quickly. So I would encourage also companies to have a deeper look and not only look on the Austrian or German web page stating don't travel to Ukraine. I think these were mechanisms, so the promotion to the outside. When it's coming to designers, I think there are very capable designers in Ukraine. Here could be mechanisms also in the combination with international designers. The legal requirements in Ukraine are different, but in principle, if I can design also from here for implementation in Saudi Arabia, why can I not do a design in, I don't know, in Croatia and deliver it to Ukraine? As long as I have a counterpart that is willed to cooperate in such a way. Yeah? But then we could increase here the resources. I think the weakest point at the moment, from my opinion, is construction works. And on the other hand, for national engineers, managers that have the experience, I think this cooperation between internationals and national companies, like we have built up, we at the moment, I think, employing 60 people in Ukraine with the tendency of growth. I think it is possible, and then you have already a stock of people that you can increase. But construction company, I agree. I wouldn't know where they're coming from.
You can keep this. Yulia, do you have something to add on capacities and bigger bottlenecks?
Yes, thank you. So I fully agree with Ima and Andreas. Of course, in our projects, I think the most challenge now is military conscription, what is meant here. For construction projects, for example, it is a real problem. But our projects are delayed due to this fact, but not stopped. None of them stopped yet, but of course, the forecast is quite pessimistic and quite dangerous for construction works. People don't want to travel between the regions because they are kept during this traveling by military authorities and so on, you know. Then women are engaged in more man jobs now, as we hear, for example, from utilities. But we have some kind of mitigation measures in our projects. For example, we register all our projects as international technical assistance, and this is the way for staff reservation to postpone military conscription. At least it partially solves this problem. But again, there are some problems even having this staff reservation procedure. Then, of course, each project should have maybe higher level of contingencies to be ready to cover higher salaries and so on, such kind of measures. But I agree with Andreas that time and market will remedy this situation, because potential for recovery projects and for investments in Ukraine is huge, and we see this from the great interest of other European and other countries. So let's hope for the best in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Yulia. Do we have more questions in the room? Oh, come on. Okay, we have about 10, yes?
Hi, hello. My name is Anna Povstanyuk, company Deal Metering. We are a producer of smart meters and solutions for them. And my question is how to engage actually the private business for these innovations that they are bringing it, showing on the market, testing it, and then maybe implement in better future and better building for Ukraine. Thank you.
I would like to start because we have the project, and last year it was a special grand concourse, something like that, organized for us. And your colleague also received some support and some prize and that, because we start to think then. We know a lot of producers, we know a lot of technologies, and then, but we need to inspire them somehow. You know, probably from EBRD they have this green vouchers program, and we also set up last year to have a look what is going on, but we are not selected startups, because startups is something what need to have some liquid to grow, and we already settled companies, and then we receive more than 200 different kind of data, and then the best one goes to the American accelerator. We have agreement with them that it would be supported. This is a very good question. I'm always thinking about that in the component of the support of the companies, because if we are talking about the development, what your bankers were absolutely right, because we need what? Security, we need people, we need coherence to be together and help and use the help what we have in the better way. Transfer this grant to investment, transfer this kind of interest to our country, to the real development of the country, you know. Just to push with each euro, we need to push to grow. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Hello, Elena, NRC, Norwegian Refugee Council. I just wanted to ask what would be a solution just to everyone in the room. Then we talk about the capacities in Ukraine and existing capacities, and that we need here and now, because some of the big money is stored somewhere for later. We have actually a lot of impressive, really strong, but really small local NGOs run by women mostly in energy sector, in renewable energy sector. And they're there on the ground. And GIZ is, as mentioned, they are already supporting some of it. But how we all together could actually support them to grow? Because they have the contractors on the ground that are still going the last mile, that internationals cannot, or not going at all, not entering the countries. So what would be, you know, what could be the solution, how we can scale up their support? The access to funding is actually, I think, the biggest challenge at the moment, because a lot of companies from Europe donating them equipment, but they cannot grow their teams in order to actually be able to implement it on the ground and match. For example, then the solars in big amounts are donated, but the batteries are not. And actually the batteries are the most expensive. And in principle, it's really important that there's actually backup systems that are able to run the basic services closer to the front lines where people are still living and are in need and will be in need in the coming years. Still the big investment and big development projects will come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone has thoughts about how to integrate NGOs faster into the reconstruction? Maybe also someone in the room would have an experience on that.
Now, when we receive an increasing amount of the money for GIZ, we start to use NGOs, our reliable partners, and then we provide a lot of grants for them to implement some projects. And then you are right, because you start to talk about the woman. It also comes to my brain, but I forgot. We really need to increase the involvement of the young ladies, women, to the market. And we have a Women Energy Club, and we actively also both working together. And I see Marina represent this organization somewhere here. And a lot of training program, we also force a little bit to go to the women's direction. And then if we are talking about, we will talk about the statistics before the war. We can see that 30–40% of the young women who have a baby, they are sitting in this decreed maternity leave time till 6 years. It was really a huge amount of the people who can really work. Maybe this lady moved as a refugees right now, who was not involved in the real business. They did not lose nothing. They just took kids and goes to the safety to the European country. But also a lot of, it's a big potential to give them a good possibility to work.
Thank you, Emma. I would only briefly also say that in the end, it's again a competition for people. So whether it's NGOs or companies or construction companies who need to scale up capacities, in the end it comes down who's going to do the job, who's going to do the installation, who's going to do the design, and so on. So I think it's not about who's getting the resource. It's in the end coming to the question number one, where are these people coming from, and how to reach out to them. Did you still want to say something?
I think the main question was about how to create or where to get funds to support these NGOs. It's in principle a money question, yeah. And I'm not now expert in this, yeah, but what I heard or what I understood is that there are, of course, institutions specifically for the support of financing institutions or donors for supporting NGOs on the market. And I think even GIZ is one of them, yeah, where you can apply for funds. Yeah. But then suddenly, similar maybe also with smaller municipalities, there is also then the missing capacity how to apply for these funds. Yeah. So these programs, and we were discussing this also recently, we have this capacity lack or the capabilities strengthening need, not only for NGOs, but also at the municipality level. But the topic is the same, how to apply for grant money. And I think there is a need to work with. I think, but I cannot name them now because I don't know, yeah, but I think there are institutions that are specifically supporting in different areas NGOs or are strongly cooperating with NGOs. Yeah. There's also a representative maybe on the other panel of Greenpeace here, and you know each other, so okay, fine. But this would be for me the first host to go and to say, what can we do and how can we do. Yeah?
I think you mentioned exactly the crack. The small municipalities and the small NGOs are actually not part. There is a need of a bigger emphasis because they cannot apply for the funds. For example, they have to be older than 3 years. A lot of these NGOs were created in 2022. So just want to make the awareness that we need not to forget, because they are the future of Ukraine and they're going to rebuild that. Thank you.
Thank you. So a 30-second last statement to all my 3 speakers with 60 years, I remind you, at least 60 years of accumulated experience of implementing projects in Ukraine. So would you now rebuild Ukraine faster or better, and why? And not both, please. Faster or better, and why? 30-second closing remark. Yulia, you want to start? No pressure.
No pressure at all, as always. Yes. Okay, I vote for faster because the situation is very challenging in Ukraine, and then people need housing and infrastructure and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Ima?
I'm afraid to opposite Yulia because we are good friends many years. But Yulia, I am for the better because I know what we can do faster.
I already voted for better. I wanted to raise this question to the Kharkiv situation, which I fully understand and support, and it's needed to have heat, it's needed to have electricity. My question is, it sounds like these are temporary solutions. And I know from my house, I have a lot of temporary solutions in my house and they never get changed. So the question is, who is taking care that afterwards the better is also coming? Because there were, I don't know, 500, 600 boiler houses, containerized boiler houses. Are they then moved to another city, or are they staying there then for the next 40 years? And it will never become better.
One day will be an energy day where we will specifically do the Kharkiv case.
We donate it to another country, yes.
Thank you. Yulia, I'm with you for the faster, and everyone who stays until the evening last panel will find out why during the debate session. I would like to thank you all very much. I'm particularly proud, and I forgot to mention that in the beginning, that on this panel we have exclusively wonderful gender balance compared to the first panel, which was a complete disaster. I realized, speaking of women on the ground, but Andy, I hope you feel also not, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear audience, everyone who was listening to us online. I hereby invite you to lunch, and we will see you at 14:10 in the next panel. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to our panel, the first panel discussion which is coming after lunch. I know exactly this is the most tedious and difficult time slot. But anyway, I hope that it will be very informative and that we will also be entertaining to one way or the other. My name is George Weingartner. I am the commercial counselor at the Austrian Embassy in Kiev. And I would like to welcome all of you here. What is the topic of our panel discussion here? The topic is Building Back Better, Opportunities and Challenges on the Way. And we have heard already in the preceding discussions about, for example, that the representative of the DG NEAR from European Union was mentioning that Ukraine will be built back in a way which has not existed before. So it will not just be a rebuilding of a copycat version of Ukraine as it has been before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine before the pre-2022 era, but it will be a building of new Ukraine. It will be a building of a new infrastructure and also of a new energy infrastructure. And then we also heard the ambassador of Ukraine who was saying that building better and building faster would be actually the aim. We have already heard in the discussions before that there are divergent opinions whether that is possible or not. And we will also ask ourselves these questions during this panel from our perspective. Our perspective, that means we have a perspective here of several institutions which are non-governmental institutions. We have a perspective from NGOs, which was also already pointed out before in one panel discussion, that this is a very, very important stakeholder group in Ukraine. We have a perspective from international organizations, in this case from UNIDO. We have perspective from think tanks. And we want to put those perspectives together to get a more concise picture about the overall situation and the challenges. And the questions we want to ask is, what are the practical timelines about rebuilding Ukraine in a better or faster way? What are the challenges? What about fast-track solutions, which, I put that in asterisks, do no harm, but are fast? And are they actually a way to solve the issues? Or, as we already have heard before, are they a way that the fast-track solutions become a type of permanent solution just by a matter of fact, and then no one is replacing them? So that is what we're discussing here, and I'm very happy to welcome our panelists here. On the very, from my side, right side, I would like to welcome Pavel Bilek. Pavel is Deputy Head of the Energy and Climate Team at the Berlin Economics. He's also Deputy Head of the Low Carbon Ukraine program funded by German Ministry of Economy. And he's working very closely together with Ukrainian government in all types of policy advisory in decarbonization pathways, renewable development and energy efficiency. Next to him, I would like to welcome André Böhling. André is an energy expert at Greenpeace. I think I don't have to introduce Greenpeace to you here. Next is Tanja Boyko. She is the Houses and Energy Programs Coordinator of the civil network Opora. Opora is an NGO, civil network in Ukraine, which has various fields of activities, but one of them is also tech and one is energy, as I've seen. And finally, I would like also to welcome to my right Serhiy Porovsky. He is a principal expert on energy efficiency, financing and policy of UNIDO. And I would like to say thank you very much for all of you to come, and would like to hand over to Pavel first to give him the floor.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Can you hear me well? Yeah. If we could put up the slides, please, if we have them. Very good. Wait, let me just try this. Awesome. Perfect, George, thank you so much for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. So I'm going to spend roughly the next 15 minutes talking about what is arguably the ugly sibling of the renewable energy sector, and this is energy efficiency. So it's a topic that's not as much discussed, and we've heard this already from a few of the speakers, that we focus a lot on the supply side, on the rollout of renewables and other technologies, but there's very often not enough attention that's actually being paid on the demand side. And in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to try to kind of convey why that's important while using a few different examples. So when looking at energy efficiency in the way that I'm going to approach it today, there's two parallel kind of streams that have to be looked at. One is the national level. This is the big picture goals, targets, policies, regulations. And then there's the local level, so the municipalities and the actual implementation of energy efficiency projects. And those two streams are very deeply connected, but often are not kind of tackled simultaneously. So I'll talk through that as well. So maybe just to open up and to give a snapshot of, the kind of size and scope of the damage. So I'm pretty sure everybody's aware of this now, but the Ukrainian housing sector has been the most affected sector out of any sectors in Ukraine since the start of the Russian invasion. And so about a third of all damages has been sustained, or over a third of the damages has been sustained in the residential sector. We're talking about 85 million square meters of housing that's been damaged or destroyed, about 250,000 buildings that have been affected, totaling damage of roughly about $60 billion US. But that number is actually from a lot earlier this year, so the number's even higher now. And what we do know is that, some of this has been repaired, but the problem is that a lot of it hasn't been repaired, and a lot of it has been repaired to an inadequate standard as well. So what we've always known as well is that the Ukrainian residential sector has been highly energy inefficient. So what we know is that, the majority of all buildings have been built before independence, and therefore also before the existence of any real kind of energy efficiency classes or standards. And when we look at now the Ukrainian housing sector compared to the EU, what we see is, a difference of about 2- or 3-fold in terms of energy inefficiency. At the same time, and this is not a pro or a con, but just something that has to be mentioned that I'll refer to a little bit later on, is also, the fact that district heating has been a significant portion of, or district heating provides a significant portion of heating for Ukrainian households compared to other countries. And the penetration has been very high, but also the system suffers from very high loss rates, both in terms of the actual physical losses in the system, but also in terms of monetary losses. And a lot of this has been due to decades of underinvestment, as well as subsidized pricing. And so what we see is that a lot of these multi-story buildings that are hooked up to district heat are not really able to, for example, regulate their own internal temperature system, and therefore this then leads to a number of other inefficiencies as well. There are some good news already in terms of this Build Back Better story, and that's the fact that the reconstruction process has mandated that there is a return to of damaged housing to at least a Class D or a Class C energy standard according to Ukrainian energy efficiency legislation, something I'll touch on a little bit more. But really, the benefits here are clear, right? I think we can all agree on this. It's thermal comfort, it's energy savings, it's financial savings as well in terms of lower bills. But at some sort of bigger picture, we're also talking about emissions, and most fundamentally, I think, energy security as well. And that's an important part of this conversation. So I want to talk about some real concrete numbers here, because it's always good to contextualize things. And to provide an introduction, this is a study we did earlier this year through a different project with some partners in Ukraine and with IC Consulentin as well. It was a study that assessed the reconstruction or the potential reconstruction of the entirety of the damaged residential stock in the city of Bucha in Ukraine. So we looked at roughly kind of all 560,000 square meters of damaged housing. aggregated it into a number of categories and then wanted to look at what those savings would actually look like and what the economics primarily of what this would look like as well. So maybe just on the physical side, we had two kind of main scenarios. One was this kind of minimum requirements building back to a Class D or a Class C, as I mentioned, or this kind of like real near zero, looking at upgrading things to a Class A with renewables on site as well. And so from a pure physical perspective, I mean, the savings are massive, and I think everybody would have expected this. But for single-family houses, you're really able to get reductions of about 87% of energy use if you upgrade to the highest standard. In the multi-story apartments, it's a little bit less, but starting from a lower base as well. And when we were looking at the entirety of the city, again, only the damaged housing in the city, what we found is that, you know, if you were to upgrade everything to the minimum requirements, you're saving about 45% of energy compared to the baseline. And if you go to a near zero, you're looking at about 73% savings. So again, that's a lot. Within the context of only Bucha, this is about 14.8 million cubic meters of gas that's saved both in terms of direct use by households, but also in terms of district heating, which then there's just not that much demand because the houses are more energy efficient. And so there's real important implications here for what this means for national security, what this means for energy security more broadly, and in general, some sort of kind of decarbonization as an energy security process as well. And of course, yeah, the emission savings are incredible. So in the case of Bucha, it would be the equivalent of taking about 26,000 cars off the street. And again, this is just for the damaged housing. This is not even for the entirety of the housing stock. But it's expensive. I mean, that's obviously what's holding back this entire process and has been and is an issue not only in Ukraine, but everywhere in the world. So in terms of some of the estimates for how much money is actually needed, in the NDCs, the amount was seen about $13 billion until 2030. But in the thermal modernization of buildings until 2050, we're talking about amounts of roughly 160 to 214 billion US dollars. Or euros, sorry, in this case, which is just a huge amount. And the very fundamental aspect is that there's just not enough money for this. There's not enough current funding schemes. And at the moment, there's a very significant economic problem when it comes to energy efficiency, and this I'll dive into a little bit later. So anyway, there's a huge need for private investors to bridge this gap, and something that we can discuss later on as well. So kind of, again, bringing this down to a more local level and trying to contextualize this. So Bucha is a city of about 50, 60,000 people, and a lot of the housing was damaged. But the way what we found in terms of the numbers was that you would need to spend about 106 million euros just to get the housing back to some sort of baseline state, which was already very energy inefficient to begin with. Then if you wanted to go up to some sort of minimum requirements, so Class D or Class C, it's another 108 million. And if you want to go for the near zero, that's the 106 plus 212. So that's roughly 318 million euros to get this housing back to, or to the most kind of energy efficiency standard. So this is just a little slide in between. It might not be obvious to everyone, but there's also a very significant difference in terms of the investment costs as they kind of apply to different types of housing. So as we can see here, for something like a single family one-story house or a two-story house, we're really talking about very significant cost per square meter, whilst as the building gets bigger, the cost per square meter, which is the unit of measurement here, gets a lot smaller. So, okay, fine. We talked about what the benefits are, what the problems are, but there are real structural economic factors that are limiting the uptake of energy efficiency in Ukraine that need to be addressed before any of this gets fundamentally better. So high upfront costs for energy investment and energy efficiency in general is a problem everywhere. But again, within the context of Ukraine, the issue is also with inflation, it's with high interest rates. Quite frankly, almost 3 years into the war, it's also a matter of fiscal capacity and the fact that, you know, people don't necessarily want to spend huge amounts of their money and their savings, which have been dwindling over the last years, spending into energy efficiency. But the bigger structural problems are related to pricing, and especially to the existence of what have historically been low prices, regulated with price caps, that have led to market distortions, energy inefficiency, and the inefficient use of energy more broadly. This is something that's also a massive problem in the renewables market. But here in the energy efficiency sector, what we really see is an extension of payback periods that make a lot of these investments simply unprofitable. And I'll show you some of the numbers later on. There's been an argument now that electricity prices have gone up significantly in the last few months. This is true, that jump has been about 60–70%, and this has led to some extent, more cost-reflective prices in the electricity segment. So when we ran this study a few months ago, the payback periods for solar PV panels were between 11 to 14 years, whilst now, when we recalculated it using the new electricity price, it goes down to about 7 to 9 years. So this is actually really good. The payback prices for small-scale home solar panels have improved, and that's awesome. But this hasn't been the case in other sectors, and it's quite important. There's been a lack of financing and support, and so there's a need to think about long-term funding commitments from the government and international donors, and that has just also been a fundamental issue. Part of this is, for example, mechanisms like the Energy Efficiency Fund that have significant eligibility issues that prevent a number of people from applying. So currently, the Energy Efficiency Fund is only open to multifamily homes with homeowners associations. That's about 20% of the housing, and only about 3% of those can apply, and single-family houses are not currently included. So this is what the payback periods look like, and the reason why I want to show this is to show the huge difference that actually just changing the energy price makes. So if we're talking about moving from some sort of, the low prices are effectively the prices that we were seeing a few months ago, and the cost-covering prices would be if there was, effectively cost-reflective pricing. So you can see that in some of these cases, it's almost doubling or halving of the actual payback periods. And here again, the electricity price went up by 60%, but what this did to the actual payback periods is that it decreased it from, on average, about 33.6 years to 32.2 years. So that's completely insignificant. And the reason why that is the case is because the majority of this is related to heating. It's related to gas, it's related to district heat. And as long as the gas prices stay low, ultimately there's not much of an improvement in terms of the paybacks for these things. Good. So, okay, what are some solutions? And we can talk about this more broadly, but it's already important to bring up some of these now. So part of it, and especially in terms of the ability of houses to access financing, is minimizing the eligibility gap. So opening up more of these programs to more houses that do want to invest in energy efficiency. A part of it is definitely reducing the upfront cost. And so part of the story here could be opening up the EF to non-homeowners associations, still having the homeowners associations as the bedrock, but having different incentive structures for example, larger grant components for multifamily houses that sign up for a homeowners association. Part of that story is also thinking about different phase-in periods into converting loans into higher grants as buildings form homeowners associations, and focusing on faster reimbursement or disbursement of the funds to decrease the upfront capex. So again, something that's been a huge problem in terms of spurring energy efficient reconstructions. We think, and I mean, this is, I think, a broader discussion, but also part of what we've been hearing here today, activating municipalities and having municipalities as, not only loan takers and fund distributors, but just as larger players within the reconstruction process is fundamental, because ultimately, those are the people who know exactly what's going on in the ground. The citizens actually come to them automatically, and since, I think, March, there's been new legislation passed that actually enables municipalities to take, and different sized municipalities to take larger loans. So this could be a way of effectively having the municipality as an underwriter for some of these investments. I guess I'm coming up on time, right? Yeah, I'll speed it up. Great, so minimizing the investment gap is something that we can discuss as well, but here we were thinking a lot about the building of socially efficient housing. And this is especially within the case of large-scale displacement of peoples across the country and the need for new housing to be built up. Again, having the municipality play some sort of role would allow for lower interest rates, softer loans, possibly partnerships, so PPPs and other formats. And then green mortgages could be a possible tool as well. I could talk for hours about market reform, but maybe we'll leave that for the discussion. But again, I think I've made the point that this is ultimately one of the things that's drastically preventing the rollout of energy efficiency solutions, because quite frankly, things just don't pay off. And so there is a need for a larger grant component at the moment. And a skills shortage is obviously something that we're also seeing in the renewable sector more broadly, but could provide some sort of opportunities for especially the integration of not only women, but veterans back into the workforce through the actual kind of development of skills programs, technical vocational education and training. So this is my last slide. And kind of to answer the initial question, I think the good news is that there are already no regret options that are available. And I think in these cases, we are able to balance this question of, do we go fast or do we go, or do we build back better? And I think there are some solutions that allow us to do both. I think every study has found that solar PV panels on roofs are one of the ways to go. And this is for single-family houses. This is much easier. For multi-family houses, it's a lot harder. But still, the payback periods are much better now. The lifetime of these projects is very good. And this can automatically contribute to not only decreasing bills, but also energy security, especially in the times of blackouts. The second thing is a lesser-known thing, but it's individual heating substations for houses that are hooked up to district heat. So this is a heat exchanger that effectively has a very low upfront cost for the kind of benefits they can provide, super low payback periods. And so part of what we're also saying is integrating these two things into almost every single housing project and almost making them mandatory as something that can actually lead to pretty good benefits. And the last point is about thinking about how to phase and pilot these things. There's a lot of agencies and people working on it, but again, maybe focusing on larger multi-story apartments as a first step could provide more of a bang for your buck kind of situation, whilst simultaneously having a larger kind of sample size of buildings and then being able to scale up these pilot projects into something bigger. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. I'm very much looking forward to the questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just one question from my side. When you were mentioning, let's say, hard facts, issues about that topic, but what is the perception of Ukrainians about energy efficiency when you talk to them on the streets? Are they considering it like a type of necessary thing, or are they rather considering it like a type of a thing which can be done after the war has ended somehow?
Yeah, this is a really, really good question. Thank you so much. So, I mean, the study that we worked on in the case of Bucha, we did with a local Ukrainian NGO called EcoAction, EcoDia. We work with them quite a lot. And they've recently conducted another study where they actually did like a surveying test, and they were trying to find out what the perceptions are of energy efficiency more broadly. And so one of the bigger findings was that 74% of people sampled didn't think that there were any support solutions whatsoever, so no kind of mechanisms that could actually be utilized for this. And then about 50% effectively didn't know that installing energy efficient solutions would increase the value of their house or their apartment or whatever. I think then the more striking one though, and this is a bigger picture kind of thing that has to be addressed, was that about 75% of the people surveyed say that they shouldn't pay more than 20% of the total cost, so that almost everything else should come in terms of some sort of very good grant or maybe a very, very soft loan. So if you're looking at that amounts to be paid, then it's quite difficult actually to think about how to get this done. So there has to be thinking that also incorporates awareness campaigns, that incorporates kind of better medialization by the government. And I think now there's a push by a number of different civil society organizations to get the message across that energy efficiency, especially before this winter, is fundamental. But I think this is a long-term project. I mean, it's not like the energy situation will be solved possibly even by next winter, right? So I think having these things and these kind of best practices in place now are fundamental. And I think, more and more awareness raising, but also putting together better programs is a possible way to hopefully achieve that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think this is also an important task of the NGOs, which were mentioned before, to raise awareness about that issue. And that brings me now to or do you want to, Tanya, do you also want to join?
Maybe yes, maybe I should continue because my presentation is linked with Pavel's presentation. Does it make sense to talk about them while the war in Ukraine is going on? It's quite difficult, complicated to answer when we see the cost of these measures. Obviously, it's unrealistic to rebuild all damaged or destroyed buildings in Ukraine according to NZEP technologies. But I believe that it's possible not only to talk, but implement certain elements already. Let me start my presentation. Okay, thank you. There are no... Oh, okay. It's only an introduction. There are no official standards and requirements to near-zero energy buildings in Ukraine, but I hope its requirements will be implemented and adopted as an order of the Ministry of Territorial Development until the end of this year, and it will be official requirements, and it will help us so much. Our organization, Civil Network Opora, we assist the government with preparing an analytical report and also conducted public discussion about these requirements and this project of the order. And let me share some conclusions. Based on the practice of European countries and preliminary calculation of the use of energy efficiency technologies, we can define the main approaches to such buildings is minimization of primary energy consumption, is attention to building envelope elements, it's consideration of building location, is use the high efficiency energy systems and integration into smart grids. It's important to note that the requirements for NZEP buildings significantly differ from country to country, but they have some common trends. It's a regulation of primary energy consumption parameters and requirements for thermal residence of building envelopes. Let's have a look and compare the cost of construction and operation of buildings constructed according to the existing requirements and NZEP requirements. Here we take into account current commercial tariffs, but if we are talking about residential sector, everything is quite more complicated. As you can see, the additional costs are paid back in about 25 years. This is not conducive to the mass adoption of the buildings in Ukraine at the present moment. But the situation is gradually changing. As energy costs, I think it's will raise up. Nobody knows, but I think it will happen maybe in 3 years, but it will. In addition, the security factors has become a priority, namely guaranteed energy supply, which is much easy to ensure in energy efficiency buildings. In general, NZEP constructions require 30% more investment. At the same time, if energy tariffs increase by more than 50% of current commercial tariffs, new construction and reconstruction of buildings to NZEP level becomes profitable. Therefore, given the tendency for such growth, it is necessary to start testing technologies of implementing pilot projects now, which will also allow training and requirement number of specialists. Yes, as I told, and the first step is testing individual NZEP technologies during construction and renovation project with performance monitoring, which include climate control management system, hybrid solar power plants, proper installation of wall structure and roofs, installation of higher thermal residence, window structures, implementation of energy consumption monitoring systems, and heat pumps. All these technologies are used in Ukraine. I can say that nothing doing, but not in complex. And at this slide, you can see different energy efficiency and renewable measures for different types of buildings: medical institutions, educational institutions, children educational institutions, administrative buildings, shopping centers. And we can see, for example, that solar panel it's not necessary to use in educational institution. The next step is construction of pilot buildings, incorporating all recommendation and NZEP element and measures. Such buildings will serve as educational and demonstrational facilities, allowing the selection of the best combination of measures considering cost effectiveness. As we heard the presentation of EUEA, NEFCO are doing a lot in this sphere also. I had a conversation with the World Bank, and they are able to provide assistance. And I know also that in other program, Habitat for Humanity, they are planning a pilot project in Kalush, Ivano-Frankivska Oblast. I think it's very, very important to have a data, to have proof, to have calculation for talking about massive construction. Because now it's maybe for learning, for studying, for trying to do something. The next stop is very important, which we are talked about. It's implementation of educational programs in educational institutions, and I think not only in educational, it's for the whole. But the recommended educational programs for the following specialist categories. At first, designers, builders, service and management companies, residents, project managers. Also, I think the second one is homeowner association, as you told, for all residential, building managers, and etc. But the lack of engineering and specialists, it's a huge problem. Maybe I think it's the second problem after funding and cost efficiency. The next step is max construction and renovation of building according to the NZEP standards. And I want to say that before we start that step, we should implement 4 previous steps. It's quite important, and it's very important to do it in complex and starting now, start of widespread adoption of individual NZEP technologies. As I told, something are doing now. Then development and approval of the NZEP standards for Ukraine. As I told, I think it will happen until the end of this year. It's a construction and reconstruction of pilot buildings. Some things are happening now, but I think we should continue that, and maybe also this stage might be implemented during the reconstruction. Maybe Yulia today mentioned that, for example, when we are doing reconstruction, for example, kindergarten to social housing, social affordable housing for EDPs, it makes sense to use NZEP technologies. Also development and methodological guidelines and training programs, training a large of numbers of different specialists and other stakeholders, and then I think it's provide mass construction according to NZEP standards. Till that now, I think the key issue is development and approval the NZEP standards for Ukraine. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Tatiana. I just have one follow-up question to this. You mentioned that the importance of pilot projects, of pilot buildings, yes, according to the NZEP standards. Now, this is also a question which I encounter very often when I talk to Austrian companies. They always want to know, where are the pilot projects? Which projects should I look at in the Ukrainian market to start with? And would you say that, for example, governmental buildings could be the first type of pilot projects for NZEP standards, or what type of buildings could those be?
I think the government building, it's a good idea, but not for today, because of the wartime and the access to government building are limited. And I think we should start from an educational buildings, such as institution or colleges, which might be also a training centers, like a demonstrational centers. Also, about pilot project, as I mentioned, it might be a kindergarten, which is rebuilt for and reconstruct, for example, for social housing for EDPs. I think we should start from local level.
Can I add? You want? Yeah, just to wake me up. Yeah, to wake me up, maybe, because I was like, was falling down, lunch. No, I will give to Andrei. Yeah.
No. The presentation will be done by Andrei.
Yeah, exactly. Andrei will do the presentation, not mine. Yeah. But actually, just to give a little bit, like meat or example. Actually, there was already examples of NZEP projects in Ukraine, specifically in kindergarten. Fantastic. Like really, there is a technology. I think the development was done with the support of the government of Estonia. So they have the technology specifically for the kindergarten. It's a very smart solution, and it also works as an educational thing, not just for the kids, but for their parents, because people finally can see a huge difference And from that, it's like a chain reaction. You understand where you need to go. So just saying it's in Zhytomyr, so the presentation was a year ago. It's in Zhytomyr region, a kindergarten. So yeah, we have great examples.
Thank you very much. And with that, we come to Andrei, and we bridge the gap to the municipal perspective, because kindergartens, of course, are run often by municipalities, and that brings us to that, also other educational facilities. So Andrei, please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome. Hello, everybody. I'm also really pleased to be able to participate here at this impressive conference. Yeah, for me, the first time. Yeah, I'm talking about pilot or demonstration projects we have initiated, and actually about yeah, the role and maybe the potential of municipalities as an important actor to be faster on building back better, yeah, I would say. Yeah, I'm talking quickly about our organization. I'm not sure if really everybody knows about Greenpeace and about our project in Ukraine. And then I'm coming to your question for this panel as well, and of this actually conference, yeah. So Greenpeace is an international organization, and yeah, we are quite proud that we are completely independent of politics and parties and industry. And we base on 3 million supporters worldwide that donate to us. Our portfolio of, let's say, issues and topics is, of course, about climate protection, but also about biodiversity, ocean protection, so forest, agriculture, also peace, of course, it's in the name, of course. And yeah, so in Ukraine, we just opened a new office just 2 months ago, and we are very proud of that, especially in those times, yeah, to give a strong message to the world that we are also ready to work in Ukraine. And we are based in 40 countries, active in 55 countries, and one really big asset of our work is that we have many volunteers who support our work. And yeah, most offices in Europe, but yeah, as you can see, on all continents. And right after the full-scale invasion, that means Greenpeace Germany and Greenpeace Central Eastern Europe, that office is based here in Vienna. They initiated this project about the green reconstruction. And yeah, our focus is on sustainable reconstruction approaches and sustainable energy use, but also on documenting environmental war crimes, also linked to nuclear safety around Zaporizhzhia and Chernobyl. Yeah, and here you can see my team now, which is based in Kiev. Yeah, very young, female and talented team. And since 2 months, we have an office in Kiev. And I would frame our approach, or in one sentence, we try to inspire decision makers on all levels, yeah, from the municipalities over the government to EU and EU institutions and other international institutions like banks to decide for higher investments in greener solutions and yeah, building back better solutions, yeah. And we are doing this by, let's say, 3 approaches. One is about demonstration projects or pilot projects. The second is about what I said about documenting false and exposing false solutions and the risks of other technologies and also of the war. and the Russian aggression. And then we also develop like concepts to do advocacy work to the government and also to international institutions. Yeah, we published a report about the potential of renewable energies, or about the potential of solar in this country, which is far higher than what we could see in the Ukraine plan, for instance. And I'm talking now about concrete projects. So this was our first project, and it was like this simple project of reconstruction and demonstrating where we should go with the approach of building back better, which means that, of course, we included energy efficiency, and then we showed that with solar panels, with battery system and heat pumps, we can run a very resilient energy supply for a children's hospital. It was in Horenka, close to Bucha. That was the first project with partners, which was actually very successful because it led in the right direction and found many followers. And of course, it was a matter of timing. It was very early in the discussion. And yeah, we can see, and I'm not going to speak about all the numbers. I think we've heard the benefits already in detail. That there's also we can see also return of investments and the benefits on the economic side of those projects. And the second approach we started last winter in the energy crisis, and we saw the first wave of attacks, of Russian attacks on the energy infrastructure and power outages in the country. And then we started to think about emergency generation. And of course, this is a fast track also of a needed solution. But then we thought, okay, we can add something, make it greener, make it maybe more cost economic as well. So we started these two pilots in a school in Ostomel and ambulatory in Mykolaiv to present our system, which is so complementary to running diesel or a petrol generator. And we added like a battery system and solar panels, and we want to prove the impacts. And of course, it very much depends on power outages and the running times of diesel generators, and that will show if how big the impacts are and if we have return of investment. But it's maybe an example of how to combine maybe faster and better. Yeah, just an idea. And the third project I want to share with you is actually we started here in Vienna together with Andy and Lena from IC and CES and with the mayor of Trostenets. We're thinking of multi-family residential houses and an approach of sustainable energy generation for those houses because that's still needed, still like demonstration projects needed, and also research is needed. So that's how we started. We choose Trostenets because the city already is committed to a zero gas strategy and develops, with the help of IC and CES, already a master plan for the city, for the reconstruction, but also for the sustainable energy use of the city. And also the size of the city was, for us, for such a project, manageable, and also the mayor is really active, progressive, so a reliable partner. And the project is about the heating system for a multi-family residential house and in general for those houses. Yeah. So the idea was to come up with a demonstration project, on a pilot project in the city of Trostianets, but then also to learn of this project, yeah, with, by some additional research. So we started with a feasibility study of this project. We also did a gap analysis of the whole situation of distribution, repair, maintenance, infrastructure, and we are now close to kick off the project. And afterwards, we also want to do research. We want to come up with a subsidy scheme for those kind of houses, that we at the end learn what is needed, yeah, to make this to a common standard, yeah. And we are talking about this house, this building, 5 floors, 2,500 square meters, 60 apartments, and it's already renovated and in a program of energy efficiency of the government. And we are now coming in with our approach to and our sustainable heating approach, which is based on solar and heat pumps. And we hope we can very soon come up with more information and conclusion on this approach. Just last outlook on the next year on some projects which might be interesting to hear about. It's what we also heard about education, of course. We are running every year this renewable energy camp with like 50 stakeholders, volunteers, experts from municipalities, and we are training them about the technologies, about solar energy efficiency and heat pumps. 3 days, the experts are with us 3 days. So that is one format we want to continue. We also want to continue with an initiative together with a foundation in Germany to reuse solar panels, which are not used anymore in Germany or other countries in Europe. And we bring them to your country. And these are panels which have still a lifetime of 10, 20 years. And they can immediately help, like to supply hospitals, public buildings. So we organized 3 transports this year to Trostianets and Kreminchuk, and we will continue next year with another maybe 10 transports. And the last initiative I want to mention here is about the challenge of skilled workers for like installations of solar. And you all know, you all aware about the situation with skilled workers and male in the war. So we started this initiative to train women on the installation of solar. We started this year with 10 women, and we will also to expand this idea, this training program next year with at least 100 women who should be able to install solar panels in Ukraine, your country. So coming to the last slide and question again. So I think, we need both. We need to build faster and better. Both, I say, especially in a humanitarian crisis we are facing right now. And there we need exemptions from the rule. But in general, I, of course, support the idea of building better, especially when we start to talk about strategies for the midterm and long term, for the next 5-10 years. We should follow the global trends and the European policies, of course. We heard today the accession talks are ongoing, and so we should anticipate climate protection, energy security, the future technologies and industries. Thanks a lot for your attention. I know it's a lot, and looking forward to more discussions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrzej. Just one short question and remark to this. I mean, Greenpeace is, I would say, a typical NGO from the common perspective point of view, which is well known also, I guess, in Ukraine. So how do you actually, how did you manage to bridge the gap between the municipalities and your organization, that you approach actually the municipalities? As I understood it, you were like sort of providing immediate relief for energy needs. But do you have some insights which you could share on us, please?
Yes, I think that's actually an important challenge we face, and we have to manage that, because if we want to be relevant, we have, of course, to bridge from the idea of the pilot or demonstration project, the bridge to influence or inspire or convince the decision makers on all levels, And as I have shown, we just started actually with a small and actually unexperienced team here in the country, and we will build up like our advocacy and policy work, and this is necessary. We need to talk about what we are doing and what we learned, but we also have a strong organization behind us. So I'm coming from Greenpeace Germany. So I was doing a lot of political work in Germany on energy policy, and I have close contacts to our government. And actually we share, and that's also a unique situation. It was not always like this. We share the same perspective on what has to be done here in this country, the same mindset on going for greener solutions, for building back better. So that's how we try to bridge this gap. We also have an office in Brussels, so we start to do some advocacy work also on EU level, and then we can connect between the work on the ground in the municipalities to our network and our advocacy work internationally. And actually also the mayors, I think, are really, some of them at least, are really stars, I would say, for these kind of projects and ideas. And we also want to give them an arena, wherever possible, to speak out, because that's, of course, the most convincing.
Thank you very much. And that brings us now to the last, but not least important point.
Don't say that.
This is the rose-colored elephant in the room, because all these initiatives, they need one thing, and that is money. And Sergei now will talk about where the money comes from.
No, I will not. I will talk about how to connect money and capacity building, actually. So just jumping a little bit to what UNIDO is and what UNIDO does. So UNIDO, which stands for United Nations Industrial Development Organization, has had like a 30 years long industrial energy efficiency program in 27 countries. In Ukraine, we started almost 10 years ago at the end of 2014. Actively started in 2015. We did a massive capacity building program. We trained more than 200 high-level specialists, including like not just energy managers, but also trainers of the trainers, national level expert, international level expert. And despite that fear that is very relevant to investors and to UN organization, I have to admit, when the war started, we saved the project, we continued operating, and one of the things I will tell you one of the things very special we did within the project. But you need to focus a lot on innovation deployment and spreading new technologies, making them accessible to different markets worldwide, specifically in Ukraine, and a very, very good experience in terms of capacity building. I would even say that our trainings on industrial management systems and energy system optimization were the best what we did in Ukraine. And a lot of other organizations like GIZ and many others, USAID, they're using specifically the experts that were trained by us. And within our specific project, which is industrial energy efficiency and decarbonization, we already saved like 30 million kilowatt hours per year. And the question mark is because some of the facilities and some of the projects we participated with, well, unfortunately, they are no longer operational. But that only gives us that we have more things to do. But just, you know, for clarity, because we were talking a lot on this panel and during this event about the energy efficiency in buildings, where industrial energy efficiency stands for, and here one of two triads, so-called triads, which links processes all together. So as you all know, we have this triad where we always need to look at things happening all together, the link between society, state, and business. If you want to implement anything smart better, I would say we need to build back smarter. It's always a linkage. But industrial energy efficiency is a profit generation part. It's within the businesses, and this is the only way to reduce energy intensity of GDP. And energy efficiency is actually very profitable. For what we've seen in examples that were generated through the project lifetime, it is very profitable. It's more profitable than renewables, and if done properly, energy efficiency project, I would say cash flow based or returns based, it's fantastically profitable. Some of the projects have a return period of 15 minutes. But in the context of Ukraine, we have sure bottlenecks. One of that is engagement risk. You still need people to engage into any program. Technology and technology availability risk, put a price risk. So those all are the reasons why investments are not happening or are stuck. And this is itself, this is the biggest risk for Ukraine in the war conditions. Because economy, it's not just about money, it's about processes. And the most dangerous thing that may happen if your processes would stop, this is the worst, you have country no more, or slow down, which affects people, communities, corporates, businesses, all of them. And that is why we need to link all together, like setting the financing, setting the capacity building programs, and ensure successful project management. So how we have to handle those risks? The financial risk we handled with financial mechanism. For UNIDO, we implemented this loan guarantee fund, which was implemented before the COVID. So I think in my, I really like challenging assignments. That's why I cannot quit until it's done. And every year it's more and more challenging. So when we launched the loan guarantee fund and I said, okay, yeah, it's done, I'm free to go. COVID happened. And we had to ensure that it will be operational through the COVID. We went through COVID, did successful loan issues, and then what happened? And yeah, so I think that at least until war is over, I'm stick with loan guarantee fund. Then, of course, we need to protect real assets. For that, we can do war insurance. It's also doable. It's very doable, I can tell you. I'm glad that it started being articulated, but we had to do that like 2 years ago. It still was doable 2 years ago, so there is a huge time gap. But the most critical part is human life protection, and this is the bottleneck for many international companies to enter Ukrainian market. And for that, they wait only for a solution which is called peace, or, because that's why the question mark, it also can be as an exemption, a bilateral government exemption. So like, for example, if corporates would enter Ukrainian market, they are looking into exemption into their regulation towards human life safety. All right, so you need a loan guarantee fund, yes. Why it actually was possible to do that? I don't know, Marika, why it's a big question even now, how we did it. But my version of why it's because we had very smart people involved. This is first thing. You always, when you're doing that, you need to have smart people involved that have a vision how it works. Mere understanding of words is not enough. Besides, the word guarantee for many people has very different meaning. Some people, when you say guarantee, think of a state guarantee. I can tell you that Ukraine, in terms of the state guarantee, is already ran out of capacity to issue state guarantee. So now we talk about donor-funded guarantee, of course, EU with Ukraine facility mechanism that was advertised at the very, very beginning today. They do that, but again, guarantee also has a lot of implication. You can guarantee the revenue cash flow, you can guarantee reduction of collateral, so to boost the investment. And that's exactly what we've done. So first of all, we've built the capacity, technical capacity. We implemented ISO 50000 series standards, which stand for energy management system and energy efficiency audits. And we created this, robust technical capacity, and then we started pitching the financial mechanism, which was actually very difficult to pitch within the organization that usually like to work with grants. But the entire scheme is very simple. We use the Citibank as our financial intermediary, who reissued portfolio guarantee to Ukrhydroenergo. We clearly set the criteria within which this portfolio guarantee can be used. And Ukrhydroenergo was issuing loans under very, very attractive terms with almost 100% coverage. And in all those numbers, there are only two negative things. Which one? Who can tell me? Oh, no one? The size, the size matters. So unfortunately, we already ran out of money. We used those money more than once. So this is actually an example of a very revolving mechanism. So the amount of portfolio guarantee is already used. We used we issued all the loans within the portfolio. So Ukrhydroenergo did their task, and they did it fine. And the second thing that was at some point very limiting. It's the duration of the loan was limited to 18 months and below. So those were very kind of short-term loans. And still, it all worked out properly and great. And, funny thing that this project is at the very end of its existence. Who doesn't know, we always have a limited lifetime of the project that we run in UN and in UNIDO specifically. So all this money will be returned by the end of the project. So at the end of the project, hopefully we will still have our entire portfolio guarantee available for continuing. And I'm very hopeful that we will be able to set it the way that it will continue. So, lesson learned, size matters, scale, duration, technical assistance, and this LGF model is applicable not only for industrial energy efficiency, it can be applicable for other sectors too, not only in Ukraine. And the only task that we have undone is to scale it up. And really concluding, I have to say that this is the task for technical assistant projects and organization to the donors and to the government. We need to create a security box for private investors to be able to operate in Ukraine. And there are instruments available to be implemented, because the risk of having Ukrainian economy slowing down drastically is much higher than the risk under any financial mechanism that you can face. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I only can, from my own experience, state that this is exactly what we see with the Austrian companies as well, that we actually see that there is a reluctance to invest in Ukraine because of the instability and the planning horizon, which is very short term, and that's just scaring all types of investors away. So this type of framework or safety box, as you called it, for investors is something which is urgently needed also from our point of view.
And it's doable.
And it's doable, obviously, yes. And I'm very grateful for that. So I would like to use the last minutes to give you the opportunity to ask any questions. So if you have any questions, just feel free to raise your hand. Please also state who you are before you raise the question. So please, the floor is yours.
My name is Inge Zaga. I work for the European Commission in Brussels in the Ukraine service. I wanted to ask the last speaker about this revolving mechanism, because you said the money has been spent. But if it's a revolving mechanism, it should actually be never-ending. Have you thought of setting up a separate entity that could then really keep the money revolving?
Well, absolutely. Actually, this is the task for the next year for me to finally select which scenario can work, because we have thought about a couple of scenarios. Like maybe if you know, like recently, and I also have been helping, Decarbonization Fund for Ukraine was launched. It also has different financial instruments that they already started operating. So we're considering different scenarios. As UN, and because we always work for the benefit of the country and people within that country, we need either, as you said, to set up a separate entity that will be a holder of the capital and to continue this model to operate. So this is one of the scenarios. Or another scenario, we have to merge it with a fund, but under very specific conditions, how those money will continue to be used. And within both scenarios, you need to ensure that there will be professional human capital that could comprehend how it's possible to use that. But thank you for your question.
May I say something? Yesterday, I went back from the Washington, from the annual meetings of the IMF and World Bank, and the war insurance, it was the one of key message which our Ukrainian National Bank discussed. I don't know the details about these negotiations, but I hope maybe we will hear and see something interesting. Thank you. Because our government is thinking about this topics. Because war insurance is very, very important.
Yeah, you actually can hear it right now a little bit from me. Yeah, you see, we are very funny panelists. We just ask and answer just to each other. Like, we actually communicate a lot on the side too. But yes, war insurance is extremely important. It's also very important under this specific condition, and our government, under the leadership of the National Bank of Ukraine, are working on that. However, they look at that slightly at a different perspective that we look at that at UNIDO, because we at UNIDO were also approached with kind of a request to brainstorm what can be done in terms of war insurance. And we'll look at that more and more specifically at the energy sector, because this is currently the most urgent or emergency sector that needs to be handled, because it can lead to humanitarian crisis if it's not handled. And you need to have a war insurance specifically on energy equipment, etc. So I can tell you that you need to have in place a war insurance scheme, it is already placed, like for example, with Black Sea Initiative for transporting grain. So it exists, it is operated, and it already was created. But you need more. So you need specifically within the energy sector, and the National Bank of Ukraine, it looks at that slightly at a different perspective and more in the sector of housing and transport. So
I think it was about everything.
No, well, it should be about everything. Yes, it should be about everything, but I can tell you that you don't have a crocodile who can chew all of that. So yeah, I think it will be different mechanism, and it's better. So there is a room for donors to be involved. There is definitely a need for the government to be involved, and it needs to be done too.
Lena, please.
Yes, I have a quick question to Tatiana and to Pavel. So Tatiana, Yulia mentioned in the previous panel that they will try now to get this special status for NZEP buildings, but where you stand with in this, let's say, process and dialogues with the ministry, how long do you think it will take us to adopt the standards that would allow us to actually build one of these, like normally in a normal construction process, to build one of these NZEP requirements? And I would immediately ask the question, before I forget, it's becoming late and tiring. Pavel, and the question to you, so you several times mentioned that obviously this, let's say, higher level renovation and new technologies in NZEP is of course very expensive, but I'm not sure if I caught the figures correctly. Could you maybe just summarize once again? So how much more expensive in terms of CapEx costs, and how much, if you studied this in the study, and maybe I missed it in the presentation, what is the impact on the OPEX running costs in terms of OPEX? So how does it influence the operation and maintenance? You know, because we always say, yes, it's expensive in the beginning, but then we're saving during the life cycle of the building. So maybe you could just pick up a couple of those figures here. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I believe that the new requirements will be adopted until the end of this year, because as I know, it's already ready. Only the legislative procedures on the Ministry of Regional Development, because I think it will happen very soon.
Do we have the presentation? I really don't remember the numbers off the back of my head.
Can we put Pavel Bilek's presentation back on, please?
Yeah, if we could just put the presentation back on for a second. Thanks. Perfect, thanks. So, a very good question. So these are the rough numbers for what the difference is per square meter per type of building, and this is just the capex. So this doesn't say anything about the actual savings themselves. But the idea is, of course, and this is very straightforward, the bigger the investment, the bigger the savings. The bigger issue when it comes to all of this is, again, the kind of energy prices that are underlying this and that are behind this. And that's ultimately what then leads to investment periods that look like this, right? So, I mean, there's no simple answer with simple numbers, but I think that the bigger picture problem is effectively the fact that, especially for the gas side of things, it's just, and for the district heating systems in general, things just aren't working out too well at the moment. One thing which I also did before I came here was we reran some of the numbers for the heat pumps. And here, again, you have a pretty big problem, because if you increase the price of the electricity, but you don't increase the price of the actual gas itself or the district heating, then it actually makes the heat pumps less competitive, not more competitive, right? Because the input is electricity, and if you increase the cost of that, then that takes the economics out of whack. So that's, I think, the bigger problem is just that there's not this good balance between the costs here. And the study and the underlying work, which your colleagues in Kiev did for us, we had all the numbers there, and I'm very, very happy to chat about them or to kind of bring out the annex. But in a very simple nutshell, I mean, yeah, costs are high, but they wouldn't be astronomically high. And I think for some of these building types, again, depending on where they get their hot water from, where they get their heating from, some of the payback periods can be quite nice, actually. And I think that's maybe something that I should have mentioned from the start. I understand that I think a lot of what I said sounded pretty pessimistic, but I'm actually very optimistic on this in general. I just think that there needs to be fundamental reforms that happens before this is catalyzed. I see there's a few more questions now.
Andy.
No, can you get back to this slide? Thank you. My question is, we were discussing now, and I don't know to whom the question. Maybe it's an input or an answer, maybe to something what is not a question, whatever it is. So we were talking about education as a requirement. We are talking about pilot projects that are required. Yeah? It's for Greenpeace, we need pilot projects that can be extended. It's for NSEP, we need pilot projects to be extended, and so on and so on. My first question is, does anybody know how much grant money is going to come in the building sector to Ukraine in the next 5 years? From all these 400, 700 billion that we are talking about, how much grants are coming, and from where are they coming from? Grants.
Yeah.
Approximately.
Yeah, actually, from the first tranche that was already given, which is about 5 billion that has been transferred, up to 1 billion is going as grant and blended financing.
Okay. So my next question would be, this is over a certain period of time that is going to the building sector, rehabilitation, new construction, whatever it is. Yeah? Let's call it like that. The money is coming, let's assume 50% is coming from EU financing. Yeah?
Yeah.
Is there not the taxonomy something that is applicable? Do we not have to apply, are we not enforced to apply standards that we have in European Union and not Ukrainian standard? And doesn't it matter if we are now investing? Why are we talking about payback periods? There is no payback period. There's this grant money of 1 billion euros that is coming into this country to save the war, to save us from a bigger war, and specifically to create demonstration projects that will have an added value for all the future and all the developments and standard development and whatever it is. And here is my question for Build Back Better,
Save it.
Why are we not now creating the outstanding buildings, one outstanding building after the other, and it can be similar as fast?
You already do have some sort of minimum standards. I mean, this is not that it's just, it goes into anything.
Exactly.
And I think a lot of the energy efficiency regulation, I mean, it's not super disconnected from the EU. There needs to be some sort of further convergence process, but it's not like these are completely different worlds, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
and this is the point. And when I'm looking at the payback periods, we know from Europe, we are talking about 30%. But when I'm looking at these figures, this is a payback periods that I cannot deal with. I know it from Austria, from Germany, so many countries. We had 30 years of time with subsidies in an amount for PV, for building rehabilitation, insulation, in all our public buildings and private buildings. Everybody is getting money from the government. Sure. Now we have the time of grant money. This is like a subsidy that EU is giving to Ukraine.
So, I mean,
and we should not talk about payback periods.
Maybe just one small thing. This is unsubsidized,
12,
no grants.
Exactly. 12 years is payback.
High interest rates, this hugely impacts any sort of project economics,
Absolutely.
right? So once you're able to de-risk that, that also changes the economics of a lot of these things, right? But,
and, you know, nobody excluded human greed, you know. So you worked with a EU bank, Mommy Bank. You know the source of the money, what they receive and convert into loan. So, I mean, I can make it really rough and explain it once again to all the people, or we will continue over the coffee. So you will have...
At the end of the day, it's my money.
Yeah. I'm sorry, could you help us and aware about how many grants and how many costs we will get? Maybe you know, because I don't know. I don't know any project in the residential sector.
This was exactly the figure. We are always talking at the moment in all areas, renewable energy and everywhere, we are talking about investment requirement in US dollars and in the range between 450 and 800 billion over the next 10 years. But I'm working at the moment only on grant.
I have to put a point on this now. I mean, this is a very interesting discussion. It's very interesting, but I think we should continue this. The last 15 seconds for you.
15 seconds, yeah, because it's almost like answering. Andres, we need people like you at investment committee meetings. So they will actually understand where the money comes from and how they have to be used, and liability entanglement, which they don't have on the money, how they have to be applied. And once again, I hate when money are considered as an audit, a reporting issue. They have to be considered as a facilitator to economic processes.
And that was a wonderful last word. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you to be in the audience here. I would like to thank our panelists here. Thank you very much for being here. And if there are any other questions left, please, there is a coffee outside to ask it. Thank you very much and see you again.
Okay. Hi, everyone. You are the strongest. Please take your seats. We are about to start our very last session, and then we will have the reception. So let this idea allow you to sit 1 more hour. But I can guarantee you it will be very interesting. So we will start with the donors' presentation. I want to give the floor to Marina Delegan. She will present the initiative that is helping Ukrainian energy. And so please, the floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure and honor to speak to you today evening, and thank you for being patient and strong and staying so long. My name is Marina Delegan. I am Ukraine Energy Attaché in British Embassy, Vienna. Today I will talk about Ukraine Resilience Energy Security Program, which is supported by the UK government. And shortly about this program, so it was launched just 2 weeks before the war started. And initially, it was, So initially, it was supposed to be for projects for the development of green energy and decarbonization. But the priorities shifted, and for some time we were concentrating on our cooperation with Energy Community Secretariat and their Ukraine Energy Support Fund. So we are the 4th major donor. And after half of the year of the functioning of the program, we have established 4 main components. So Energy Community Fund component, where we help with financing of energy equipment, which are like ad hoc tasks. It stayed. We had private sector resilience component, and we have it, where we work with World Bank Group through blended finances. We had also technical assistance component, where we were and we are financing different small-scale green energy projects. And the component which I will talk today is about innovation agency. So we have established Innovate Ukraine office, which works in partnership with Innovation Agency of the United Kingdom. And last year we had a competition of the first phase for innovation projects. So you see here the breakdown with priority themes which were covered. We have a range of topics, and the main of them are renewable heating strategies, portable generation, energy storage, green gases, waste-based energy, and others. This year, we plan to launch one more phase, which is on preparation stage. Probably it will broaden the topics which we will cover. And today we'll briefly tell you about the projects, only a few of them, from different categories which we were financing partially. So the main condition that the company or research institution can participate in this competition is that first, the project is dedicated for Ukraine. It can be done by foreign company or by Ukrainian company or by partnership, consortium. Different models are possible. And it should be innovative. So on general basis, the biggest coverage, the maximum is 70% of the project or feasibility study, etc. So the first project, we had around 15 of them, so I will cover only 5. The first one was about dual heat pump for residential buildings. So I will not tell you what is on the slide, but briefly, what does this project mean? So as you know, most of the buildings run a high temperature heating system. And when the temperature outside is +5 degrees and lower, then the efficiency of heat pump is quite low. So this project helps to maintain the efficiency high enough, even when the temperature outside is, let's say, -15 or 20 degrees, which is quite usual for Ukraine. So this is like the novel 2-stage CO2 cascade heat pump, which Innovation Agency, together with the ETTF and Aston University, are implementing and making a research and first tests. The next one is air fuse. So this is storing the storage actually of the electricity from renewables, but this is more on community scale. So this is not for big plants, but more for residential buildings. So the material inside the battery is filled with liquid, so it's iron salt, and it has lower cost than lithium battery in general. So project tests the efficiency of this battery, which can be, addressed to energy recovery of Ukraine in general in the future, and also it can be used in a year or two. The third project, I tried to pick up from different topics, different projects. So this is about optimized microgrid management. Here we have actually the project about the enabling energy supply in time of electricity outage, which is very common nowadays, unfortunately. And it decreases the dependency on the grid in general. The next one is geothermal project in Ukraine. So this is mainly about the modeling of the process that helps to identify the best location in Ukraine for development of geothermal energy. So as you may know, it is not it's not that every region has that, and mainly it's concentrated in western part of Ukraine. So the modeling will envisage the microscale identification of rocks properties, as well as accurate geomodeling and applying algorithms for geomechanics extraction, and that will in sum reduce exploration risks of the project and of all other projects which will apply this modeling. And the last one, I'm not going to take you too long. So this is about concrete recycling. So you see here that it's mostly the research institutions which are involved in this project. It's University of Oxford, Imperial College London, University of Sheffield, and Lvivska Polytechnica. So Ukraine, after the war, will have a lot of waste, of construction waste, and how we will manage that. This is the question. So the project envisaged the environmentally friendly approach to this waste, separating concrete into sand, cement powder, etc. And this upcycling of building materials into new highly effective constructional products will help to make the reconstruction of Ukraine cheaper and probably at pace, which is in general one of the goals of the government and of international community, which is helping Ukraine for in reconstruction of its energy sector and economy in general. So that's it from me today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, and now we get to the debate. I want to give the floor to Torsten. Torsten is online. He would be the moderator, the referee for upcoming debate. So I want to give the floor to you, and I welcome our speakers to the stage.
Yeah.
That was promising.
Good afternoon. I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you physically in Vienna, but I'm really looking forward for your debate. I'm in a safe distance, so don't be afraid, be frank, be honest. But if there are any, the problem is the time. So please be short, be precise, and try to come with factual arguments that the other side can react to. Because at the end, I hope that we can get to a solution which works for Ukraine. So who wants to start?
I think we didn't have a choice. Liana already kind of structured who starts and who...
But maybe just a short comment so the audience knows what to expect. So we will have several rounds of debate, 7 minutes, then 3 minutes, 3 minutes, somewhere Torsten in between. After the, what was it?
and 1 minute conclusion.
After the 3 minutes, Torsten in between, and then 1 minute conclusion. Yes. So we will be very precise. We have the timer here that you cannot see. So
we have this just.
Torsten, we promised you no blood, but you know.
Yes, but I'm in a safe distance, so you know, be careful.
Go ahead, Sergey.
Okay, so today a lot of you already spoke a lot of about building back better and why it is important and why it is kind of not an option for Ukraine. But there are a few things I really would like to accentuate, maybe also kind of compiling the information that sounded today. So with the challenges of war in Ukraine that we have faced and are facing, we also understood about a lot of opportunities that exist in our country. And through that understanding, we got information about, like, for example, resources, especially rare earths and rare rare earths and rare metals, which Ukraine has deposits. If you didn't know, there was a huge report that maybe that was even the reason for the war, because Ukraine has 28 out of 32 of those rare metals and rare earth metals, which are so essential for future economic development at the global scale, especially if global economies don't want to have 100% dependency on extractions from China. Another thing that we learned is that Ukrainian business is fantastically adaptive. So we went through a lot of terror and or attempts to terrorize our economy, our people. We didn't respond to that with fear. We responded to that with adaptiveness and innovation. And innovativeness of Ukrainian people is also known. So, just looking at that point, why Ukraine is one of the richest countries, has very robust, adaptive, and innovative business and people, we finally need to utilize that. And there is no way if we are not utilizing that, that would be, I think, a global scale disappointment. So we're destined to building back better. And building back better gives us resilience, as it's focused on creating systems and infrastructures that can withstand future challenges, including economic shocks and environmental disasters, sustainable development, emphasizing on green technology and sustainable practice that help to ensure that reconstruction support long-term environmental goals and reduces reliance on fossil fuels or just one type of energy generation. Economic growth by prioritizing innovation and modern industries, Ukraine can diversify its economy, creating jobs and fostering growth. Social cohesion, a comprehensive recovery plan can address social inequalities and support communities affected by the war and promote sustainability and unity, which is critically important, and international support. That, with that in mind, that we really will kind of channel our resources on rebuilding back better, we can get a commitment that will attract foreign investment and aid, and it will help Ukraine to demonstrate a very clear strategy and vision for prosperous future. What we need, also, we need to overcome one of that is just a pure mental barrier. Ukrainians really had this complex that we are worse than somebody in some things. And I would really hope that with this war going to end, we'll get over that and finally will become a driver for sustainable development in EU, especially also taking in consideration that the process of joining EU entangles a lot of requirements for Ukrainian industries and businesses that have to be considered. And if that is considered, we shouldn't build back just better. We should build back much better and much smarter. And just, I really don't want to end the debate on that right now. It is always...
No chance, you will not end the debate on like that.
It is always better. If you're not able to build back better, you're doing much worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Semi. So now I'm very much looking forward to Olena's response.
Well, I would rather say not a response yet. I have a response on another piece of paper. But I would first of all like to start by explicitly noting that faster reconstruction does not necessarily imply bad or poor quality. Similarly, better reconstruction has to be defined. Are we talking about high-class technologies, EU taxonomy-aligned solutions, or just better than Ukrainian Class C? Independently, at times of emergency and enormous need, which Ukraine is facing today, certain considerations have to be made when planning and implementing these projects. Time and project duration matters. Planning, calculating, designing projects with new technologies, giving limited practical experience and lack of engineers and workers that we continuously discuss today, at all levels extends the project preparation cycle. Construction companies may be experienced in delivering square meters, but not with sophisticated HVAC systems, BIM models, energy modeling simulations, REST technologies, and optimized cost-effective solutions. They are simply not ready. Delivery of green technologies takes time, while their service and maintenance capacities are limited. Higher technical requirements require longer and more competent preparation of project, and time matters. Cost matters. With more than 5 million internally displaced persons, we are forced to choose between a heat pump and a square meter. For construction or reconstruction with greener technologies, cost is important. Housing is urgent, critical infrastructure and critical services are urgent. Many people still live in temporary shelters, covering only for basic needs without possibility to plan mid or long term. This, in turn, increases the risk of their immigration abroad and pursuit of better life. Costs in capex per square meter are between 20 to 30% higher when investing in higher, more sophisticated, energy-efficient and renewable energy technologies compared to the standard baseline. And yes, OPEX costs decrease by roughly between 35 to 50%, but where do we take this 30% more investment when the need already today is so huge? Also, if you were asked, do you want your home with a heat pump and solar PV panels and whatever other installations in 3 years, or would you like just a home in 1 year, a little bit faster? What would be your answer? And that, considering you would currently live on below than standard accommodation. Simple but fast solutions may also bring immediate savings of up to 30% in projects like modernization of water and wastewater treatment facilities. And they can be implemented in 1 year, while the proper modernization of the entire plant to a similar scale would require 3 to 4 years in development and implementation of such a project. Functioning critical infrastructure is more important in immediate future from consumer perspective, and that is needed now. Emergency shall be clear, square meters are important, critical services are necessary, and cost for delivering them matters. Proven and scalable technologies, I'm still under my 7 minutes, you don't have to put me on ticker here. Proven and scalable technologies with experience in Ukraine, solutions that we know work, should be the focus for now. New solutions and modern technologies require regulations and experience, and both are currently lagging behind in the Ukrainian context. Most of the modern technologies and equipment may only be imported, while reconstruction process has to support available suppliers and manufacturers in Ukraine and promote their available suppliers and manufacturers, not the future exploded materials, and promote their growth aligned with the EU taxonomy, but that is future. People cannot wait for their homes, water and heating until we have proven concepts and human capacities to deliver them in necessary scale. Applying what we know works and can be maintained shall be prioritized. This will also reduce the loss of human capital in the country. We have to streamline projects and technologies to capacities we currently have. Doing now and improving later may also be a solution. In most of the cases during project development phase, it is possible to foresee integration of greener technologies at the later phase. For example, when designing a building, we can plan for stronger carrying loads so that roofs can later hold PV or solar thermal installations. We can design basements and territories around these buildings to accommodate variety of heat pumps or whatever other technologies later on when money and capacities are available. Fast solutions for critical water and heating supply may bring immediate savings, but they do not disturb the simultaneous interventions towards more holistic and proper modernization over the years. Bridges and transport infrastructure can also be built and planned, accommodating traffic expansion and new technologies integrations in years to come. Naturally, this should all not be a wasteful process. Few more final thoughts to drop here. Any modernization effort in Ukrainian realities is already energy efficient and often sustainable. Seeking for standardized green but fast available technologies in necessary scale should be a mid-term target, not immediate task. Ukrainians in their majority may not be ready, either from the mentality point of view or affordability, to pay for better solutions. Donor and IFI-funded projects often require complex project structures, sophisticated contracts, and high criteria for construction. For contractors, 80% of our market currently is not ready for that. International companies and suppliers, like yourself, which would be the target for bringing these higher quality technologies and materials and implementation practices, are also not standing in line to come to Ukraine already today, unless it is after the war. But reconstruction is happening now. How shall we manage with this balance? So to conclude, time matters because people are waiting, cost matters because funding is limited, available experience, human and technological capacities really define what can be done today. Simplification of process and change in mentality are needed, and none of this is fast. But we have to move faster, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Olena. So that's a tough one. Now, Sergey, I think you have 3 minutes to answer.
Would you make an interaction, announce this QR question while we're taking a breath? I don't need to take a breath, but if you need to announce QR question, no? And I know the structure.
Yes.
So
no,
do we do
after the three. Let's do after the third minute.
Okay, so I understood that now essentially your task is to contradict the arguments of the other side.
But we can open, no, Torsten, the plan was that we open QR question while we're taking a breath. People are starting to write their answers and then we proceed while they're writing, right?
Yeah.
I don't see any questions.
Yeah, so
I'm not sure that I have the technical means to do this.
Somebody did it for you.
Okay, so we now have a question on the screen, where we kindly ask you to follow the QR code and add your own arguments from among those that perhaps so far Sergey and myself have missed. So add your own argument, building back better and or building back faster. Be creative, and meanwhile, yes, meanwhile, did you take a breath? You can then continue with the 3 minutes.
Yeah, I actually can do. So if everyone is fine with listening and answering the question simultaneously, but what I want to say that it's great to have Lena as a partner in the debate because she actually didn't contradict that we need to build back better. We actually have to build back better. But the suggested approach of have a delayed cost for that in the future, I don't think it's very smart. What was a very smart suggestion that we need maybe to do it smarter and to do it like a programmatic approach. But that is exactly one of the sides of building back better. You need to develop a very good example, thoroughly thought, and multiply that, not just as a single project, but as a program that has an impact. And with that, of course, you will achieve all needed results. Because if you are relying on very limited capacity, somewhere in very secluded region, your multiplied impact still will be zero. Yes, you will implement a very fast solution somewhere where that capacity is available. But without a strategy, without a program and a vision, you will never achieve results. So those programmatic approaches are essential as a building back better and smarter strategy, which is so needed in Ukraine. And another thing, just the amount of time actually needed to think through something really good and complex and all-encompassing in terms of the needs that are right now and the needs that can be in the future, just at the beginning. So the most effort that is different between doing really bad job and doing very good job is just how you plan that at the beginning. And it is possible to accumulate those efforts and to put it into work just at that beginning so it will work for Ukraine. And only in that case, you will have the result of something positive happening, because I have never heard an example of something built fast and then multiplied and then built as a good example, unless it's really great. Thank you.
So then I have to repeat myself. I actually do contradict and say we have to build faster. In your initial opening remarks, you have mentioned resources and deposits and all these wonderful potentials that we have in Ukraine.
Yeah.
How long will it take until these private investments, which I think this assumes required private investment, will come to exploit these resources and put them into functioning operational economic benefits? You mentioned that Ukrainian business is fantastically adaptive. Yes, adaptive, yes, I agree, but they are fighting today for money, for resources, and for people. We have been talking about people the entire day, I have a feeling today. Yes, you said that we have to build back better to be more resilient, and all these systems and infrastructures and sustainable development and economic growth and social cohesion, but none of that goes against the faster that I was talking about, right? Considering the time, cost, and all other arguments that I mentioned matter. And then you say now that we have to think of really thorough and good example and bring this to the market. And may I please ask you, how long did it take you now with your wonderful example of guarantees and guarantee fund to launch it and put it into operation? Things simply take time. And vision and results, and that people need solutions. People need solutions, not concepts. And in this sense, time is of essence, because, you know, if I would be one of those ADPs living in a gym or similar type of setup, growing 2 kids, I would not be waiting until we have wonderful NZEP houses and until our construction codes allow us to build them. So once again, I think there exist faster solutions that are reasonably good, that can be implemented and give Ukrainian people what they need, and now, today, in 1 or 2 years, and not in 5 or 6 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Very great, lively debate. Unfortunately, I'm only online. I understand that now people have still the chance to vote, to essentially give their suggestions. I don't see them currently.
Can we already show the results? Not yet?
But let people give a bit more time.
Yes.
I don't see any suggestions, but maybe you see them in Vienna. I don't see them online.
Not yet. They will come in a minute, but you can go ahead. Then we do that in a minute.
Can we do another round?
No. Come on.
Out of time.
So let me also contribute a bit, because in the end, what you say both is very valid. But I have the feeling that you're talking about different things. Because when Lena talks, she thinks about, let's say, the family or the woman with 2 kids in a swimming pool when she has no housing, which is dramatic. When Sergei talks about raw materials, he talks about something completely different. But I think both are valid. And in short, if you really want to put it very short, I think the formula could be you have to plan better, and then you can build faster. But if you don't know what you're doing, then you will never build well enough. Of course, it's right when Lena says that in many cases, a bit of modernization is always better than what was before, because in many sectors, it's just impossible not to build back better. Whatever you do is better than what was before. Go to an old coal-fired power plant from the 1950s, no matter what you do, will increase the efficiency. But this is not, I mean, this is certainly positive, but the real challenge now for Ukraine is to build a country where people want to live. And I mean, fixing a problem is only survival mode. But in the long run, for the next generation, you need a country where people want to live, where they develop, and where they feel really the potential of creating their own life and the life of their families and their environment. And that's a bit what I would like to contribute, is that you should probably combine the two things. Yes, you have to fix short-term problems, but when you think about the industry, the economy of Ukraine, you cannot do this very, very fast. You have to take time, because the big investments, if you misplace them, they will not come back. So you cannot, let's say, miss the funding opportunity that you have now. And we see this on energy, where we are now bringing in equipment into the country. And the question is, which type of equipment do we do? What do we use it for? Do we use it for a replication of the Soviet energy system just with modern technology? Or do we use it to build a modern 21st century energy system? And that's a bit the problem in Ukraine, that people bring in these, let's say, gas turbines, and there is no real plan how to best use it. So we are doing things very, very fast as we can. But I think we can do much better in planning, in preparing, in conceptualizing. And I think that's the big challenge that we face in many sectors. And then on housing concretely, because Lena said, well, all these concepts need time, but we have already worked for quite some years. We have, for instance, an energy efficiency fund, which has now an operational experience of, I think, 4 or 5 years. We have created OSBB. We have many, many people who know how to renovate houses, who know what's important for their own needs. And that we should use. It's not somebody sitting in an architectural office deciding what people need. People know what they need. And we have, for instance, offered to the people in the Energy Efficiency Fund several what we called renovation packages. And we thought that people will go for the easy stuff, you know, change a bit the windows, quick and dirty. No, people went for complex renovations, because they know that in the end, yes, it is a bit more expensive, and yes, it takes a bit more time, but the long-term benefit for the people in the house is much bigger than what they have when they just change the windows. So I think it's not so black and white, but I'm very curious to see what people in the room think about it.
That was quite a list, huh?
Oh, God.
We have an engaged audience, Torsten, so let's take a minute.
Yes, but you don't expect me to make an intelligent summary of all these 49 points.
But we can take a minute to go through it. Wow.
We need another energy day just dedicated to that.
Yes.
Exactly,
But you see, it's almost 50-50. And this is also what I feel, because it's not either or. And I think the main criterion should be, will people want to engage in this or the other way? Maybe people don't want to engage in, I don't know, geothermal energy because it's too complicated. But they probably will want to engage in having a house which is well isolated. And in reality, in housing is relatively simple. It's not a question of technology. These technologies are well known, and you don't need the, let's say, the fanciest thing with, you know, smart home systems or whatever, but what you need is quality. And that's a problem in Ukraine, that even expensive housing sometimes is built with such poor quality that it's not energy efficient, that you have bad water quality and all these things. So I have no idea how to make an intelligent conclusion out of these 49 points. I hope you have buried, because I don't see you, I just see the slide. So I hope you have buried your boxing gloves and you can agree on a draw. Is that a fair?
No way.
Is that a fair proposal?
Yes, we can do that. Me, okay. Yes. Well, I think thank you very much for those who did the faster list. I agree with you all. I think in terms of the better, to a certain extent, I'm not a pessimist, I'm just an informed realist because I have a little bit to do with the project implementation and I'm all for leaving the world better than we came into it, but I just know how much effort each of the small steps takes. However, in my summary statement, I would like to say that if I were to seek the balance between faster or better, I would seek faster and cheaper solutions that do not dilute the future effort of improving and diversifying the energy supply, building better cities, upgrading the systems. Build now, improve later principle is possible. I would accept that urgency is more critical in immediate future. In immediate perspective, and this is 2, 3, maybe 5 years, but any delay can cause more negative effect on Ukrainian economy, on business and outflow of people. Because being green enthusiasts is only so much possible when you are sitting in the darkness and cold. I would focus effort on seeking abundant financial tools, and this is very important, abundant financial tools and resources which would allow us to bridge the gap and pay for speed, competence and technology without compromising one for another. I would naturally strive for building fast and with quality whenever it is possible. But I am all for rebuilding Ukraine faster and together. Thank you.
Well, but when you say whenever it is possible, I know the answer I will get in Kiev. Unfortunately, this time it's not possible, and it will be always like this.
Yes, exactly. Unfortunately, there are no faster solutions which will be actually that faster and will do an impact unless they are well planned and better solutions. Not just in immediate perspective, but in a midterm perspective. But this debate was to show importance, and Lena actually really missed the last word, building back faster, smarter, better, just simply because she was debating with me. But this debate was to show importance of thinking how to mobilize resources and support for Ukraine's recovery and resilience, making one of the resource-richest countries, and under resources, not only the rare earth metal that I mentioned, is true, it's people, first of all, people of Ukraine. So one of the richest countries in Europe to be stronger, resilient, and to become a driver for innovative, sustainable development. So I want to conclude with 2 main points. Building back better can also be faster, but it's still better. And it's still when we take into account a programmatic approach on project implementation, again, making a workable example for which we already built a lot of examples and a lot of experiences already. We just need to take it and multiply. And with those blueprints and multiplying them, I would call it building back better and smarter. And the second conclusion, with the potential Ukraine has, and really I want to recall on something written as a response from the audience, that if we don't do it now, we will never do. We need to do it now, and with the potential Ukraine has, we can build not just better, but much better, and Ukraine as a country and the nation really long-awaited and long-deserved. This potential will finally be realized and used for Ukraine's greatness.
And I try to instill a bit of, let's say, innovative thinking and energy by looking at IT. Ukraine has leapfrogged, in a sense, many, many developments and ideas. Now, probably one of the most advanced countries in Europe on public services, on smartphones, on the internet, etc. And this is exactly what Sergei said, using the potential of the country, using the potential of the people, give them the freedom to develop, and don't try to impose a solution on them because you think this is the right one. Because that's the problem, for instance, when you talk about energy, there's somebody planning systems and people are not involved. The same can be true for housing. We try to help people to get back the initiative with OSBB, for instance. And I think this is also the future of the bigger energy discussion. It's not one genius finding the right approach, finding the right investments, and everybody will be happy. No, it will take a lot of people. It will be a decentralized system because only then it's resilient. Otherwise, we will discuss the whole questions that we discussed for the last years about winter scarcity and how to prepare for the winter forever and ever and ever. And this is something which Ukraine definitely doesn't need, and Ukraine has huge potential to overcome.
We would still have 2 minutes. We're perfect on timing. I guess then that...
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Torsten, for being with us. We very much appreciate. And next time, on-site.
That's promised.
Thank you. Bye.
And we really hope you enjoy that.
I hope you enjoy the reception now.
We still have just a couple of minutes left, and I want to take a very short closing remark. I understand that, well, now it was intense, and you are all awake, so that's good. I want to take a chance to say that today we have hopefully successfully held the 15th European-Ukrainian Energy Day. It's the 15th time when we are doing this. I'm doing this for the first time, but the organization itself has been active for 15 years. And this year, in November, our organization will be 15 years old. And that is a huge responsibility for all of us, for me as well, because through these years we had so many projects, we've had so many positive changes made. And I think that Energy Days are one of the instruments that is helping us to do what we do in the best manner. And as today, we have gathered to discuss and to seek for this balance between building back better or faster. But despite your stance and your answer during this quiz, I think you all have new insights after this day, maybe new plans, maybe new partnerships that will help you to strengthen Ukraine, to rebuild it in a manner that would be both better and faster and smarter, because we all need that. And I think all of my colleagues just told, including Torsten, because he had very cool remarks, actually. I will want to listen that all over again, and we will post that in our social media, of course. And so that's why I want to smoothly go to the part where I thank everybody who was here with us, to our amazing co-partner, Advantage Austria, who have been supporting us for the third year in a row, And we were able to host this event for the third year in a row in Vienna, together international stakeholders, all of our good friends and colleagues here, to discuss what can be done with Ukraine's reconstruction. And that is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. I also want to thank our sponsors, who were very supportive as well, who have made it possible for us to hold this event at the level that is very satisfying for us. Hopefully it was very satisfying for you as well. And also I want to thank the EUEA Board, who have been by our side all of this time and was very supportive in the organization of the event. But also I want to thank my amazing team, who are just now discussing something with technicians, because probably it's okay. No, it's not our panel, but it's fine. And what also I wanted to say is that our organization is doing obviously a lot, but apart from doing our regular work on policy on renewables, on policy on energy efficiency, we are also having some projects that were not mentioned today, but they are worth mentioning. First of all, we are happy to relaunch our Pacesetters Award. It's the project that was launched in 2021. It was frozen due to the full-scale invasion, but now we are happy to relaunch it again and celebrate the success cases of Ukrainian companies implementing energy efficiency practices and implementing the energy management system. So you will hear a lot of updates from us on this project very soon. And we would be very happy to receive as many applications as possible, because that would mean that a lot of companies in Ukraine did not stop their efforts to become more energy efficient. But also, we are working on another project that would be super relevant for Ukraine, and we are doing that in a very strong team. It's a consortium of organizations, and it's an EU-funded project, Smarter for EU. That is the project that is aiming to bring the construction of the housing in Europe, including in Ukraine, on the very next level. And that would mean that Ukraine will develop the green certification system for new buildings, for residential buildings. And I really hope that it would help us to improve and add more arguments for Lena's better stance. But maybe that would be fast, I'm not sure. But that would definitely be better. So that's why I want to thank you all for staying with us today, for being with us all of these 15 years, because some of you have been with the organization for 15 years. And I want to just stay tuned and join us for the reception. But also, what we have forgot, our questions. We were, remember, at the beginning of our event, we were asking you, what do you think is better to build back better or faster? So we want you to answer this question yet again, the last time. And we want to compare the results. So please, make your choice. Maybe it has changed. I know. Okay. So probably we have the answers now, and I just want to take one moment for our team to show you the results. Olexiy, don't make it perfect, just make it faster. I'm very close to telling some anecdote. No.
Sometimes faster is a solution.
Yeah, but some follow-up note. We will contact all of our speakers regarding the presentations and make sure to share it with you. Yeah, you know. Okay, but so in the evening, we have less people voting for better, as I remember. But we have more people voting for faster. So Lena, you have made like very good job. Yeah. So thank you very much, and please follow to the hall for the reception.
Thank you.